Good morning, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, let's proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
Yesterday, we were discussing events in 2017, and that's where we're going to pick up today. Registrar, can you call out OD8, page 31, please? And if you can call it 76. So, Mr. Moore, we've talked in the past few days about lighting issues, and you'll recall in September of 2016, there was a request for an update about lighting. So now we're in 2017. This paragraph doesn't have a date, but the paragraph before makes it clear that we're talking about December 4, 2017. And Ms. Cameron, your assistant, emailed Mr. McGuire, Mr. Field, copying you regarding lighting on the Red Hill. And she wrote that Councillor Connolly was requesting an information report on lighting as he's still getting complaints. And since Martin, I spoke to Mike, and since Martin White is doing a report that's responding to the 5 previous motions that include barriers, he felt a coordinated effort is required. Registrar, can you close that out? And can you open up 77, please? And Mr. McGuire responds, we're looking at this right now. And then he says, lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA and restrictions placed in that file. Mike is looking into this currently. So, Mr. Moore, by my count, this is the 4th time that the Public Works Committee has requested that lighting be assessed. And PwC, you remember from yesterday, had directed engineering services to go. He said, Councillor Collins said he wanted a report. And by this point in December of 2017, there's been a capital budget funding process to obtain the estimated $100,000 that had been put into the draft, into the staff report for a consultant. Did you take any steps at this point in December 2017 to ensure that Mr. Field or Mr. McGuire was aware that Councillor Collins did not want to wait 2 years to start having discussions with stakeholders?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure how involved I was at this time in this issue, given my involvement with the LRT, and it appears from this email that Gord's has the issue well in hand.
Okay. Did you at any point between December 2015 at that PwC meeting where we watched the video yesterday and this point in December 2017 direct Mr. McGuire or Mr. Field to prioritize the issue of lighting in response to Councillor Connolly's comments at the December 2015 meeting?
It's possible, but I don't recall anything in that regard.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out, and if you can go to page 47, please. Perhaps just as a matter of fairness, to just provide you a bit more context. Mr. Field testified that at various points he was working on a lamp project, which was updating many of the lighting across the city, and that was keeping him very occupied. Were you aware of that project that he was working on?
Yeah, I was very aware of that project.
Okay. And did you give him any direction about what to prioritize, that project versus the Red Hill versus.
I don't believe so. The relamping project for the city was, we were receiving significant grants from the government on a very tight timeline. And it was a very beneficial and significant project that he was working on. So I'm not sure I had asked him to deviate in any way from that. So but I don't recall.
Okay. So we're moving into 2018. Originally the PWC meeting where traffic was going to provide that I'm going to call it the omnibus, the quite comprehensive staff report that we looked at last time. That was going to be in the December meeting. It got pushed to the January 15th meeting. First, were you involved in the preparation for that meeting? And by this, I don't mean the staff report that we looked at in draft last day, but in any discussions or planning on how to approach the January 15, 2018 meeting.
Not that I could say with any certainty that I recall anything in that regard. No.
Okay. All right, Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? 48. And if you can pull out 132, please. This is an email from Dan McKinnon, who's now general manager, and he sends it to you and to others in traffic, and to Ms. Matthews Malone, and to Mr. McGuire and Grant McGuire, and it is a meeting that is scheduled for the 31st at 4 p.m. So this is the follow-up and sort of outcome of the January 15th meeting. Do you recall attending this meeting?
No.
After the fact?
No, I don't.
You just don't recall either way? If
No.
You did or not? Do you recall, I'm sorry, I jumped over this and I'm jumping around in time. Do you recall attending the PWC meeting on January 15th?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any evidence either way that I was or wasn't there. I don't recall.
Okay. You close this out. Close the call out, please, Registrar. Certainly, I can suggest that the media coming out of this report was around whether the PWC was going to require the installation of medium barriers. Does that help you at all with refreshing your memory about whether you attended that meeting? And to be clear, I don't have information either way whether you did or not.
I do remember one or two meetings where that discussion arose, but
that doesn't really narrow it down, does it?
It doesn't narrow it down. And I mean, I know in January, I mean, we're in the middle of the budget cycle. I'm dealing with the LRT, and this is, I believe, before Dan assigned anything else to Gord. So I just can't say for sure.
Okay. And again, apologies for jumping back and forth in time. That the calendar appointment that that's at 1:32 for the 31st. It appears, although I'm not sure, that you might have attended, and just to refresh your memory, Registrar, can you go to page 54, actually 53 and 54, please? One of the things that was addressed at that meeting was a collision review that Mr. Ferguson would have presented. And at the bottom of 53 at 148, Mr. Ferguson, after the fact, is discussing this with Mr. Isapana at SEMA. And at the top at 54, Registrar, can you call out the indented text at the top of 54? He says, are you comfortable with these numbers and the percentages in which injuries occur? And that's because part of the collision memo was about the number of serious injuries or fatalities. That's the defined terms that SEMA had been using and providing to the city. And Mr. Ferguson reports that you questioned that 1 and 2 collisions on the facilities resulted in a serious injury or fatality. Does that refresh your memory about whether you attended the January 31 meeting?
I do remember this issue, so it's possible that that was the meeting at which this issue came up.
Okay, you can close this call out, Registrar, and if you can go to page 42, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, you'll recall last day that we discussed what we call in the overview document, the pavement evaluation, the evaluation that Golder was going to do in respect of polished stone value, British pendulum testing, sand testing. So that was, we were looking at that in the 2017 period, November primarily. So moving forward in time, you'll see at paragraph 110, Dr. Uzarowski's notebooks have an entry about it and just says PSV next week. And then you emailed him and said, how are the tests progressing? And he wrote back, we have the friction, British pendulum tester, and texture, the sand patch test, results at locations where we took cores, we're completing the extraction, and preparing the aggregate samples for PSV testing. And then he says, we anticipate having the PSV testing by the end of the month. And you asked him in 113 to provide you with the preliminary results from the BPT and the sand patch. Do you recall if you received any preliminary results in response to this request, either in writing or orally? In and around this time period in January?
I don't recall. I don't recall seeing them. I'm trying to think if we talked about it. No, I don't know. I couldn't tell you whether I got the preliminary results in that regard. No, I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 39, please? And if you can bring up 40 as well. If you look at the bottom of 39 at paragraph 105, this is a discussion between you and Ms. Matthews-Malone. You email her back and say, we don't have the underlying email as part of this chain. Right now, we're progressing towards a February tender, but I'm waiting to hear back from Ludmere with regard to our testing results. Then we have to make a decision about whether to postpone the tender this year in favor of hot in place instead of a shave and pave. So just in terms of timing, can you tell me when was the moment when you were going to have to make that call? When you were going to have to say, we're going to we no longer have time to do the tender and get to the shave and pave, or we're going to forego doing the assessment of hot in place and we're going to move to a shave and pave so that we can get it done. Like when is the that pivot point? And I'm speaking, maybe I'll just say more generally before you answer, thinking sort of generally in terms of what you know about the tendering process. How late into a new year can you go before you lose the ability time-wise to tender and do and do work in a given year?
There's no hard date. There's preferred. We like to get our tenders out early, ahead of other tenders, in order to achieve a better price. Sometimes that wasn't possible, and things delayed our tenders, so we might get them out in May or June. But in other times, council would get a grant or something in June for $15 or $20 million from some program and have to spend it in that year, and we'd still be able to get it out and get it done. As long as you can do the work in September, October, it's in decent construction weather. In order to do that, you'd probably have to have the tender out sometime in late June or early July in order to achieve that. So, if you're looking for a drop dead, absolutely, sometime midsummer would have been the absolute latest. Would we have preferred before that? Yes.
Okay. And your answer is in respect of doing a tender for a traditional shave and pave using FC2, using mixes and technology you're familiar with.
That's correct.
So you say we're waiting to hear from Ludemer regarding our test results. At this point, you know that some of the test results are having to be sent to Ireland. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that, yes.
And you recall it did in fact take some time to get those test results back from Ireland?
Ludemer's previous email had said that they were imminent to be sent and they were going to be next month. So, I mean, I believe that we were going to get them back in February sometime. But I mean, the other tests that he were doing would have given us a clear indication. If they'd have come back and said, listen, even the initial tests indicate that we can't reuse this material, then the decision would have been easy. If this test says, yes, it appears we can use this material and we're just waiting for that one more thing, then it becomes a harder decision to, well, we'll wait for that final bit of information.
Okay. And do you recall at this point whether Dr. Uzarowski had communicated to you on the first two tests in January of 2018?
I don't believe so, given my response to Betty, that we were still waiting to hear with regard to our test results.
Okay, I think that's a little bit ambiguous. That could just be the PSV. I'm trying to ask for your memory rather than what you're trying to read from your own past words.
It's my sense we had the test done, but I don't believe we had any assessment of those tests. I don't recall getting too much from Ludemer ahead of time.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up 66 and 67, please? And if you can pull out 181. This is just to orient you to time. And on February 15, Golder received the PSV results and said at least that sort of preliminary results and said that a report would follow, and then it followed. Registrar, can you close that down? And can you pull out 186 and 187 on page 67? So the following week, you sent a calendar invitation to Dr. Uzarowski and to Claudio Leon for a meeting on February 23rd. And I think that that was about the MSCR specs. That was that I maybe a different presentation than the one that we talked about last time, but part of that work that Golder was doing. And he wrote you back and requested that you meet to discuss the RHVP and other aspects. Do you recall having a one-on-one meeting with Dr. Uzarowski on February 23rd, either before his presentation or after his presentation?
No, I can't say that I do. No, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 69 and bring out 192, please? So we've heard evidence from Dr. Uzarowski and Mike Beck that that after the presentation that he did on the 23rd, he stayed and spoke to Mr. Beck, Mr. Renault, and Mr. Audie to discuss SMA for the RHVP, but that does that assist with your memory? I think the evidence is that you didn't attend, but I just want to understand if you have any recollection of having a meeting with those individuals.
No, I think I knew of this meeting, but I don't believe I attended it.
Is that to say you knew about it after the fact, or you knew about it?
No, I knew that they were going to meet to talk about it.
Okay.
But I mean, that's the team that was putting together everything and the appropriate people to discuss, you know, in detail, the technical things that they would need to ask Ludimir.
Okay. So the following week, Mr. Beck circulated a calendar invite for a meeting to discuss rehab strategy for the Red Hill. And it included a number of attendees, Mr. Audie, Mr. Peruzin, Mr. Andoga, Ms. Jacob, Dr. Uzarowski, Mr. Leon, Mr. Vala, Mr. Renault, and we'll come to it. I think you also attended. And in the body of the invitation, he said, further to the presentation on Friday, we had a side discussion afterwards regarding hot in place. It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward. Do you recall after February 23rd, where this side discussion, when the side discussion took place, if anyone conveyed to you that Dr. Uzarowski thought there would be some challenges with using hot in place on the Red Hill?
I think I was made aware that there were going to be challenges. I don't know whether it was at this point and from this meeting or not, but I do remember something about that.
Okay, well, we're going to get into a meeting that happened on March 9th. That's the one that is this calendar invitation is referencing in this paragraph. Did you know before you went to this meeting on March 9th that Dr. Uzarowski had some concerns or thought there were some challenges with using hot in place on the Red Hill?
I don't know whether I attended that meeting on March 9th. I thought it was just for the technical people. Was my,
Okay, maybe I can ask it differently.
yeah,
Between February 23rd and March 9th, did anyone tell you that Dr. Zarowski had some challenges with and with the potential of using hot in place on the Red Hill?
I do recall being made aware of that, but I couldn't tell you whether it was before this meeting or after this meeting. I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this call out and go to the next call out, which it goes over to the next page, but you don't have to pull it out. You can just pull out what's there in 193. Dr. Zarowski replied to Mr. Beck's calendar invitation, just going to him, and said that he contacted Pat Wiley, and Pat has never done hot in place recycling of SMA and thinks that if this is perhaps not feasible. Did Mr. Beck convey this specific bit of information about Mr. Wiley and Mr. Wiley's views about the potential unfeasibility of recycling SMA?
I do recall some discussions taking place in that regard, that, you know,
With Mr. Beck.
can't we do it? Is it possible? Is it not possible? And the back and forth several times.
With Mr. Beck in particular?
I don't believe it was with Mr. Beck.
Okay, did you have any sort of one-on-one conversations with Mr. Beck where he communicated this information to you?
Yeah, he's just transmitting that. I may have asked, you know, well, what does this mean? Or
I'm not asking about what your response was to this. I'm just asking if he told you, Mr. Beck, if he told you the points that are in this email.
it's possible, but I don't recall a direct conversation with Mike. I'm trying to picture a meeting in his office or in my office or in the hallway for a discussion like this. I know I was aware of this or made aware of this, and that there was an issue, an ongoing issue for some period of time, but I couldn't tell you when or who told me.
Okay. Let's go forward to the March 9th meeting. So at this meeting, I went through the calendar invitation of those who were invited, and it included Mr. Audie, Mr. Beck, Dr. Zarowski, Mr. Renault, Mr. Vala, Ms. Jacob. Do you remember a meeting with those individuals where the topic was the feasibility of hot in place recycling for SMA?
I don't.
Okay, I can tell you that others who attended that meeting, one said you were there, and two said it was quite a typical meeting in that there was heated discussions. Does that assist your refresh your memory in whether you attended this meeting?
No, not particularly, no.
Okay.
I think I would have remembered something like that, but.
Registrar, can you close this call out and go to 72 and 73, please? Dr. Zarowski provided us with notebooks and his notebooks, and he testified that he made the majority of the information that's contained in this particular entry in the notebook in advance of this meeting on March 9th, and that he used this as a guide for the information that he wished to convey. Registrar, can you bring up 204, please? And you can start just by bringing up, yeah, that's fine. In fact, just as a matter of fairness, why don't we bring up both sides? Well, that's coming up. Mr. Moore, this is March of 2018. You're still keen to assess the possibility of doing hot in place recycling on of SMA for the Red Hill, right?
We're still looking at it, yes.
Okay. No, I mean, but if it is feasible, you'd be keen to do it?
Yes, it would be the savings of tens of millions of dollars for the roads program, while getting, you know, a very good product back on the expressway.
Okay. I think you were talking about two different things on that answer. You said tens of millions for the road program, and then you said getting a good product back on the expressway. It wouldn't be tens of $1 million savings just for the Red Hill if you did Hunt Place, right?
Yes, it would.
For this particular resurfacing, or do you mean over the life?
For the resurfacing of the link and the Red Hill, if we could do it in that, I think the savings was something in the anticipated neighborhood of $13 million for the Red Hill alone, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Going back to these notes, and Dr. Zarowski testified that he did his best to go through the notes that he made and to deliver an oral report on the results of the testing from the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation, and to send his message to you about his views about the feasibility of doing hot in place. So just starting with under A, it says here that he wrote down texture okay, and I think texture here is the sand testing. Do you recall Dr. Zarowski advising you in this meeting that the results of that test were okay?
No, I don't remember the specific discussions.
Okay. The second point in his list is the BPN, which I think is the British pendulum testing number. And his notes reflect, and he testified that he conveyed at this meeting that they were variable, the average was good, but that he viewed the test as unreliable because of a weather issue. Do you recall him providing that information to you at this meeting?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, generally?
If you'd asked me out of the blue, I wouldn't have recalled this issue, no.
Okay. Do you recall, do you recall coming to learn in 2018 that the British pendulum testing had a reliability issue from Golder's perspective because of a weather issue when the test was taken?
I'm trying to think if there was any other discussions that we had in that regard, and I can't recall anything. So I don't know. I don't know that I was aware of it, or I can't recall that I was aware of it.
Okay. Dr. Zarowski, his notes reflect, and he testified that he conveyed SN numbers from Trade One Scientific, the averages, but that they were variable, and SN numbers from the MTO in 2007. The average was good for the new SMA. And I think he testified that those numbers might not be, the numbers 34 that are there are not exactly correct. but had low values under the structure. Do you recall Dr. Uzrowski conveying in this meeting information in respect of the friction numbers from Tradewin and from the MTO in 2007?
No, I don't recall that.
Is that to say that you have confidence that he did not convey that information at the meeting, or you just can't recall either way?
No, I just can't recall either way. I mean, if these are his notes from his meeting and he says he did it, I can't dispute it. I just don't recall those being presented, or I don't even recall the specifics of the meeting.
Okay. His notes reflect, and he said that he conveyed that the polished stone value result was 45, and that he also gave some context for that, that for trap rock, that was a medium finding. For trap rock, that 50 was very good, and that for sandstone, the best you'd get 55. Do you recall Dr. Uzrowski conveying that information, that is the results, and that context?
I do recall that type of information, because it was I believe I was confused on what was being presented, that at that time. Something stands out in my mind about that information, but I don't know what it was now.
Okay, you don't know what was confusing to you?
Well, seeing it here is dolomitic sandstone. I believe what he's doing is he's recommending the dolomitic sandstone because it has a 55, and that our current value of what's out there is 45, but if it was new, 50 is good. I think that's what that's saying, and I don't know whether there was discussion. Seems to me that did generate some discussion at the time.
Okay, what do you remember about that discussion?
Just that there was some discussion that, and it may have been, with regard to the conclusion, can we use it or not use it?
Okay, why don't we go there? So his notes reflect the message that he said was a hard message that he felt he needed to deliver, that in reviewing all of this testing, his point was that it would be somewhat risky to reuse the SMA in the surface course through hot in place recycling. He also testified that he thinks he raised the issue of SMA not being recycling of SMA not being permitted under the provincial OPSS. I don't know if that refreshes your memory about the content of this part of the conversation.
I do recall the discussion of this nature.
Okay,
Yeah.
I realized I asked two things or I mentioned 2 points in my last question. Maybe let's just take them one at a time. Sure. So the second thing I said was Dr. Uzrowski testified that he thinks he raised the issue of SMA not, recycling of SMA, hot place recycling not being permitted under the provincial OPSS. Does that refresh your memory about this meeting and assist you with whether you recall him raising that issue?
I do recall that issue, but I don't know with how much regard I took it, knowing that MTO was doing testing of SMA in Thunder Bay as a test case. and that they were looking at it. OPS would have applied to MTO roads, not to the city. I mean, there's lots of cities that don't even use the OPS standards. So adopting something like that has no meaning other than, by the way, MTO doesn't use it, but they're going to.
Okay. So just before we get to the second point that I'd raised in my question, 2 questions back, do you have any further information in respect of a notation that Dr. Ozrowski said he made during the meeting where it says, Gary, results inconclusive? Can you assist the inquiry in any way to explain what your thinking was and what of those results you considered to be inconclusive, if in fact you did hold that view?
I don't have any recollection of what stood out in my mind at that time. If other than if someone had presented to me, it's somewhat risky, that's inconclusive. What does that mean?
No, I'm stopping you right there.
Yep.
It says results inconclusive. That somewhat risky, that's his conclusion. So as I understand it, and I'm not going to go back to Dr. Ozrowski's testimony, but I think he was quite clear that he thought that you had some concern with the results that are set out between points 1 and 6.
Not that I can see here.
Not that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so now let's turn to that conclusion. That this is Golder's, Dr. Ozrowski's conclusion that it would be somewhat risky to reuse the SMA in the surface course. So I'm going to suggest to you that that you became quite frustrated with that assessment of feasibility. Do you recall that?
I do recall. I do recall the issue between, can we do SMA or can't we do SMA? Can we do hot in place or not? Everyone knew going forward that we were going to do SMA, and yet now I'm being told we can't do SMA. Well, if I can't do SMA and do a hot in place, why did I bother doing all these tests and waiting all this time? I believe that was the sense of frustration at that time, because I do recall that discussion.
You do recall being frustrated?
I do. Concerned, yes, that we'd gone down a road that wasn't achievable.
Okay. On the right-hand side call out, it says, Pat Wiley says he's never done hot in place recycling of SMA, so he did not want to do it on the Red Hill, Main Road, and Hamilton. And that's the same information that he had provided to Mike Beck the week before. Do you recall Dr. Ozrowski conveying that point about Pat Wiley's view in this meeting?
I believe that was the catalyst for the discussion, because that's inconsistent with what Pat had told me in Halifax and what we had been progressing on the basis of. So I believe I was made aware of that, although I don't specifically remember him saying it.
Okay. Dr. Ozrowski testified that Mr. Audie piped up and agreed with him that hot in place recycling didn't seem to be feasible for SMA. Do you recall Mr. Audie making that contribution at this meeting?
I do recall that Marco had some concerns with adopting of the new technology, but I don't know that it was, here or in general.
Okay. Others who attended that meeting who have given evidence in the inquiry, Mr. Andoga, Mr. Beck, Mr. Valla, and Dr. Zarowski, have variously reported their perceptions of this meeting. And some of what they said was that it was heated, that you were frustrated, that at least one person testified there was yelling. Others said it was heated with animus in the conversation. Were you yelling at Dr. Zarowski during this meeting?
I don't recall yelling at him. Was I frustrated? I believe I was. I don't know that it was directed at anyone in particular.
Okay, so it wasn't, your frustration wasn't directed at Dr. Zarowski in particular?
Well, I mean, with we'd gone through all this process. I don't know that the yelling at someone's a proper description.
Okay, but put a different way, you dispute that you were yelling at anybody?
No, I tended to get excited at a meeting, passionate about something. So, if I was placing emphasis on my opinion, that's not out of the question. But we're talking about tens of millions of dollars and time and resources that may have been spent chasing something that someone had told me was possible and now wasn't.
Okay. Do you recall directing your frustration towards Mr. Audie, who also had these concerns about the feasibility of hot in place? And in particular, do you remember actually exchanging a heated discussion with Mr. Audie about this?
No, I don't. Marco and I have worked together for a long, long time. We're very familiar with each other. So,
okay. Did you use profanity during this meeting?
No, I don't recall.
Turning to the options that are set out on the right-hand side, Dr. Zarowski testified that he provided two recommendations, two options. One was a mill overlay, and there he does mention using sandstone if possible. And the second was hot in place recycle of SMA as a binder course, and then a very thin surface course layer, which he described as sort of a microsurfacing layer to be put on top. And he testified that he thought doing so would make the surface uniform and would provide skid resistance. That certainly was the reason he was making those recommendations. Do you recall him making those, providing those two options at this meeting?
I don't recall them.
Okay. You say you don't recall them. Is that to say you don't think that he did raise those two options while
No, I'm not disputing that he may have made those options. I just don't recall.
Okay. And if he did recommend option 2, the hot in place recycle plus a very thin layer of microsurfacing course. Would you have been amenable to that as an option?
I don't believe so. It wasn't our practice. We had done something like that on 2 other jobs unsuccessfully on lower speed and lower volume roadways. So it's unlikely that we'd adopted that. It was our preference to place a new hot surface.
Okay. Mr. Beck said that he made some notes, and his practice is if it's a definitive no from someone, he underlines no. And I can take you to the notes in a moment, but he's underlined no. Do you recall being definitive in your view that option 2 was not going to be an option that the city went for?
I believe that we wouldn't have accepted that. So if that was proposed, then
let's stay away from the royal we. I'm not interested in what the city would do. I mean, I'm just interested in what you said at the meeting.
Well, I don't recall what I said.
Okay. So you don't recall being definitive in your view that option 2 was not an option that the city was going to pursue?
I didn't recall seeing these options, so I don't recall what I might have said.
Okay.
Definitively in regard to that.
But it's it wouldn't be inconsistent with what you view your view on microsurfacing generally to say, no, that's not going to be the option that we take. Is that fair?
That we take, yes, correct.
That we, the city, take.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Uzrowski at the very bottom in his notes says neither option 1 or 2 will solve the accident hazard issue. The speed has to be controlled. Skid hazard increases drastically when speed increases. Those are what is in his notes. Do you recall if he conveyed anything like that in this meeting to you and the other attendees?
No, I can't say that I do.
Okay. He testified that you left the meeting at some point. Do you recall leaving this meeting while others remained to continue the discussion?
I don't, but it's not unlikely that I had something else to attend to. So it's very possible if my input or attendance wasn't needed, then it could be that I left. So
okay. And sitting here today, you don't have any recollection that you left for any reason except the meeting was over from your perspective, or you had somewhere else to go. You didn't leave in a huff. You weren't pissed off. Nothing like that.
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Dr. Uzrowski testified that his last item was to recommend shot blasting or skid abrading in the interim as a way to improve friction on the Red Hill, and that he conveyed this recommendation after you left the meeting. Did anybody after the meeting report back to you about this recommendation to do shot blasting or skid abrading in the interim before resurfacing?
I don't believe so. I don't recall anything like that.
Okay. And would you have considered an interim measure for shot blasting or skid abrading if that recommendation had been forwarded on to you.
It's very difficult to say now what I might have done then. So I don't know what else I knew at the time and what else was happening and where we were with everything. So I can't speculate on what I might have done at that time.
Okay. Is it fair to say as of March of 2018, you were either going to start looking more deeply into the feasibility of hot in place recycling, and that might delay at the eventual resurfacing by a year, or you were going to move and pivot into doing a tender and a shave and pave in 2018? Just, I'm trying to provide you with some context. If that was the case, would you have considered an interim measure for shot blasting or skid abrading? That is to put it on the surface before any resurfacing.
I can tell you it's not something we had ever done. It was not something we were familiar with. I still wasn't aware of anything from anyone that the surface of the roadway had contributed to anything, or that there was any need to expedite. I'd heard nothing of this in that regard before that. So if I had taken all of that information in at that time, it's unlikely, that even if we were going for a year, to make that expenditure, unless it was going to be even a longer term. But that's the best I can do.
Thank you. Let's move forward from this. Can you close these out, Registrar? And if you can go to page 80, please. On March 15, 2018, so that's about a week after, less than a week after the meeting that we were just talking about, Dr. Uzrowski sends you, copied to Mr. Beck and Mr. Audie, a lengthy email about talking to Pat Wiley a few times, exchanged a few emails, and he thinks it is possible. Pat thinks it's possible to do hot in place recycle of SMA. And then he's suggested the contributions that Golder could make to assist Mr. Wiley in those efforts. Do you remember receiving and reviewing this email from Dr. Uzrowski?
I believe I do.
Okay.
Because the
big change, the big shift in what he had said about Mr. Wiley's view in any event, right?
Yeah, I believe that was, what caught my attention and makes me remember this.
Okay. Okay, Registrar, can you pull up the next page as well, please, at 81? And you respond and say, I'm good with the sampling and the testing. So that's part of what he's suggesting Golder could do. And you say, but he has to know we have to tender this work in respect to Mr. Wiley. And that's just because that's for a project of this size, it's a requirement to tender. Is that right?
I
a requirement of very good practice?
Yes. I was under the impression that, we would need to tender this.
Okay. At this point, at least according to Dr. Uzrowski, he's provided you with the oral results of all of the testing that he did in the pavement evaluation at that meeting the week before. Did you still want Dr. Uzrowski to give you a report on the testing, or was his presentation and now his apparent agreement in this email that hot in place was sufficient? Was did you want a report from him, or was that sort of the things that had happened over that course of that week sufficient for you to move forward without a written report?
I don't know whether I was, pressing him for the written report.
Wasn't asked about pressing. I just mean generally. Were you expecting and did you anticipate getting a written report? Did you need one and did you want one?
I likely needed one. Um,
Why would you need a written report?
Well, if I was going to go to council and explain that we were going to adopt a new technology and there may be a delay in delivering, then I would likely need all of the requisite backup for that, and that I could proceed with, as well as the testing would have been provided to any contractor so that they could rely on our information. So that's typically any geotechnical information we provide the contractor when we're going forward from something like this. So
Understood. Okay. Paragraph 223, you emailed Mr. McGuire, who I understand at this point was really taking the lead on capital budget projects. Is that right?
I believe this is after the time that he's now leading asset management, so that would be consistent with that.
So you say the attached minutes in Susan's chart, which is just a chart of projects, indicates a number of projects that have not been signed off for the capital program, and without fairly quick confirmation of scope and sign off to design, these outstanding projects are in jeopardy of not being delivered in 2019. And I'm not going to take you into the chart, but I can tell you the Red Hill resurfacing was listed as in the programming stage. Did you have concerns in March of 2018 that without a very quick move to design, that those projects, in particular the surfing thing, was not going to happen in first in 2018?
I'm not sure that this note infers that.
I don't think it does. And I'm sorry if I left you with the impression that was my question. I meant generally by March. Were you of the view that the resurfacing project for the Red Hill was not likely going to happen in the summer of 2018?
By March, I don't know whether I had any
Didn't have
real involvement in that I was looking towards the LRT and leaving the discussion up to staff. I do know what's behind this note.
Okay.
In that asset management and design used to work together under a single director. Mm-hmm. And hence any discrepancy or discussion between the two was brought to me, and now they're sort of pushing back and forth to each other. If you don't get me this, I can't do my job. So that's what this note is more about.
I see. Registrar, can you go to page 88, please? And can you also bring up the next page, please, at the same time. No, apologies. Can you bring up 87 and 88, please? Thank you. So we are now in April. It's getting close to your last day as a city, in your role as Director of Engineering, which is May 25. Last day is going to be announced on April 13th. So we're sort of right in that period of time. Did people know Mr. Andoga, Mr. Beck, Mr. McGuire? Did they know that you were going to be retiring before it was officially announced?
I believe it was common knowledge that I was destined for the LRT, but I don't know. I don't know that anyone knew what the date was until we announced it. It was sort of, okay, here's the date. Now we, this is what we can handle.
Okay.
And it was announced, so.
Okay. So just taking you through the bottom of 87, there's a note from Mr. McGuire, and it has a number of points. And he, on the same day, emailed Mr. Andoga asking for a status update about the Red Hill repaving. And Mr. Beck on April 23rd says overall Ludomere project with Gary, ? Where is it at? Get PO. Is it fair to say as of this point you're starting to they're starting to take on the transitionary matters with relation to the RHVP repaving?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to OD 9, page 10 and 11, please? Thank you. And in May 14th, there's notebooks from Dr. Uzrowski and from Mr. Beck at paragraphs 13 and 14. And both of them reference you at the top of a quarter down on 11. It says, Gary, what is outstanding? Breakdown for Mike, PSB report inconclusive, MSCR. And then under Mr. Beck's notes, it says Gary work. Do you recall having a meeting with Dr. Uzrowski and Mr. Beck where you gave them a download of things that were outstanding in respect of repaving?
I can't say that I do, no.
Okay. Did you do any particular transition in respect of the Hot in Place feasibility project or the Red Hill repaving project more generally?
I can't recall a hard stop. Okay, here's everything I know. It was more of a transition, over time, more and more that Mike got up to speed, and it's okay. You can run with this now, maybe. But I don't recall a hard meeting that says, here you go.
Okay. Do you recall asking for a signed final report from Golder in respect of the 2017 pavement evaluation? That is the bridge pendulum, the polystrand value, the sand test, before you left the city on May 25?
I don't know whether I did or not. No, I don't.
Okay. For the purposes of transitioning knowledge about the Red Hill, did you give anyone a copy of the Golder report? And here I mean the 7-page Golder report.
The 7-page Golder report, which?
Yeah, the first 7 pages of the Golder report, and then there's a number of appendices, one of which is the trade wind report. I'm just talking about the Golder content.
Oh, rather than all the other appendices.
Yeah.
I didn't have them separate from each other. They were all, I believe the only thing I had was the 2-inch thick binder type of thing that appended everything together. I thought I cleaned everything. I know I cleaned everything out of my desk and off the bookshelf. And went around to people, do you need this? Do you want this? If not, I'm going to put it in the back type of thing.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that more broadly, but in particular, what did you do with the bound copy of the Golder report? That's the 120-page bound copy as you were cleaning and purging.
I can't say for absolute surety what I did or didn't do with it.
All right. Well, can you tell me with any confidence what you did with it, if not 100%?
No, it was just another report that was on my shelf. So like I said before, I either showed them to people or offered them to people. If they thought they had an interest, they would take a copy. If not, I would put it in the back on the in the library.
But you have no recollection about what you did with the 2014 Golder report in particular?
No, I don't.
Okay. And did you provide a copy of the Tradewin report? So that's the copy you've received it electronically separately. So it's the, I can't remember, I think it's 13 pages. Did you provide that to anybody?
I don't recall that what I did with electronic copies typically went into the.
We'll get back to what you did with the electronic copy. I just want to know, did you give anyone give it to anybody? I
don't recall.
Okay. All right, going back just for a moment to lighting. Registrar, can you bring up OD 8, page 50, please? And if you can call it 139. Actually, can you call it 138, 139, just for some context? Do you recall having a back and forth with Ms. DiDomenico about retaining documents relating to lighting in case the city moved forward with opening up the EA? You'll see it's more in 139 than 130, but just to refresh your memory about it. This is in the context of an email regarding document destruction.
I do remember talking to Jennifer about the management of files on ones that may or may not be destroyed. Okay. I didn't recall specifically whether they were, whether I had mentioned lighting or not, but.
Okay. Can you close this down? I'm not going to take you to it just for timing, but in February of 2018, Mr. Field starts the process to retain SEMA, which is finalized in April of 2018, to do a study on lighting. Were you involved? And stopping there, the study that comes out of the September 2016 request for lighting, where you get the capital funds. Were you involved in the decision to retain a consultant?
I don't believe so, because I don't have any recollection of anything in that regard.
Okay. Were you involved in the decision to retain SEMA in particular?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any discussions or meeting, Brian or anybody like that in that time frame.
Were you involved at all in setting the scope of what the consultant would do to respond to the numerous requests from Public Works Committee to investigate lighting?
I don't recall, but given that Gord was now a director and in charge of that section, it's unlikely I would have been involved in any regard.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you go to OD9, page 153, please? Actually, if you can bring up 153 and 154. Fast forward to December of 2018, Mr. Malone prepared an executive summary of the report that SEMA had done on lighting, which that we call in the overview document, the RHVP lighting study. And you'll see the executive summary is excerpted. And if you can call out registrar page 1, actually, before I turn to any callouts, you'll see that the executive summary sets out the findings of the study, but it also has the subsets of what they did: environmental studies review, a collision analysis, illumination warrants, review of peer facilities to the extent they could, a lighting system options, and a benefit cost analysis. You had said earlier that you didn't think that the other SEMA reports were a comprehensive, sort of well-informed view of lighting issues. Are these the kind of topics that you would have expected to see? Oh, and sorry, just for full knowledge, on the next page, there's a reference to human factors assessment and environmental impact of lighting. I'm not going to make the registrar move, but just so there's a few other things.
Well, if it includes the environmental studies and the status of prior approvals, then it's a more fulsome than was done before.
Okay, let's pull out the environmental studies review. I'll give you a moment to read it.
Okay.
Do you believe that your understanding or memory of the illumination assessment undertaken during the original EA process is consistent with SEMA's findings set out here?
Well, this isn't a status of the EA process and the negotiations and all of the decision making that led to the illumination decision. This is based on the review of the environmental studies that would or would not have taken place on what was decided to be implemented.
Okay, thanks. You can close this down. Registrar, can you go to OD9, page 12? And can you call out 15 and 16, please? So this is on May 4th before your last day as director on May 25. And Ms. Crawford forwarded back an email that she had received from you in 2017, back to you, copying Ms. Swayze. Now, as I say that, I actually think it might be easier to go into the document itself just so that it's clear. Registrar, can you leave page 12 up, but if you can bring up HAM 62249. And if you can scroll down to image 2. So you'll see from August 2017, we talked about this yesterday. As requested, the testing was done in late 2013. I received it in early 2014, and that's the one where you attach the trade winner report. And then registrar, can you scroll to image 1? And then May 4th, and you have the back and forth. which we have in the opposite order on page 12. So I'm just going to close down the hand document and back to page 12, please. All right, so Ms. Crawford says, can you call it 15 and 16, please? Ms. Crawford says, in this email to you, copying Ms. Swaby, it says, you may recall speaking to Mr. Shillington and myself last August. We're in the process of preparing the city's affidavit of documents with respect to a litigation matter involving a medium crossover on the link. So just stopping there, do you know Diana Swaby, who Ms. Crawford copies?
I don't, oh, Diana Sabos? Yes, well, I know the name, yes.
Okay. And you know, she's in risk. She works with John McClellan.
Yes.
Okay. In the other circumstances in which you assisted city lawyers with litigation, had you been involved in the process to prepare affidavits of documents?
We had sent them documents that they were looking for.
Okay, an affidavit of documents is a particular form. It's an affidavit that someone will swear to and say this is all the documents that the city has. Have you ever been involved in that process?
I believe I was in regard to the city legal challenge to the Court of Appeal.
You don't have to tell me which one it was.
Yeah.
Just want to understand if when you saw the word affidavit of documents, if that phrase, if that would have meant anything to you.
Probably not, no.
Okay. Ms. Crawford goes on to say, plaintiff's counsel has specifically asked us about friction testing. We will likely need to produce a copy of this report in the city's affidavit of documents. So stopping there, did you understand Ms. Crawford's comments in this paragraph to mean that Shillington's was likely going to have to provide a copy of the Tradewind report that you had sent to her to the plaintiff's counsel?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And she asks for confirmation if at any time this report was presented to council. And then you respond 15 minutes later and you say, no, this report was never reported to council. Okay, so a few questions on that. Just going back to Diana, at the time she went by Diana Swaby. Did you have any discussions with her or with anyone else internal to legal or risk after this email exchange with Ms. Crawford?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Ms. Crawford after this email exchange?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. You don't include any caveats in your response about any concerns about the usefulness or the value of the Tradewind report, the ones that you mentioned in the last few days here with the inquiry. Didn't you think that your analysis of the apparent deficiencies in the Tradewind report would be relevant and helpful to the city's lawyers?
I thought it was a straightforward question. Did you write a report to council with regard to the Tradewind report? And the answer was no. That was the information I was asked. So I hope that I provided, what was needed.
All right. So you weren't going to provide anything extra, context, that sort of thing. Just answer the question that's asked.
I'm used to being asked, directly what the information you're looking for. So I thought I provided the answer to the question they had asked.
Okay. Well, over the course of the 3 days, every time I've asked you about the Tradewind report, you have given your views about your concerns with it, which just doesn't seem to square with talking to external legal team that you wouldn't raise that you had issues with the report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. I'm not sure how that question is a fair characterization in light of the earlier email exchange that Ms. Lawrence had previously asked Mr. Moore about in 2017 regarding his exchange with Shillington's around the Tradewind report.
I'm sorry, Ms. Commissioner, I don't understand Mr. Letterman's objection.
I'm having trouble understanding. What is it you think was expressed in respect of that correspondence, Mr. Letterman?
As I understood the evidence, I believe yesterday, Ms. Lawrence put to Mr. Moore an exchange of correspondence where Mr. Moore testified as to the discussions that he had with Ms. Crawford at Shillington's about the provision and the context in which the Tradewind report was obtained. So to suggest that there was no discussion about that in his response now to to Shillington's in saying, no, this report was never reported to council, fails to take into account the fact that there was a previous discussion relating to the context of that report, which she took Mr. Moore to yesterday.
I think the specific question was with respect to identifying or stating his limitations with respect to that report. I don't recall, but could well be wrong, that those were expressed to Ms. Crawford in August of 2017. Are you suggesting that they were?
I'm suggesting that in fairness to the witness, if he's being asked a question that is different than the context relating to that discussion that he had with Ms. Crawford back in August of 2017, he should be brought to that communication, because the suggestion in Ms. Lawrence's question to Mr. Moore is that he didn't provide any context or further elaboration on his understanding of the Tradewind report or any of its limitations.
Well, specifically, we're talking about limitations here, not context. So,
Well,
perhaps we might proceed in this way rather than get bogged down at this point. Can we set this aside and have an opportunity to look at this during the break and then return to it afterwards? I'd like to refresh my memory by reviewing my notes as to what was actually stated at that time.
Certainly, Commissioner, I'm content to do that. I have a fairly clear recollection that I have a clear recollection that Mr. Moore did not have a clear recollection about that. But of course, we can all go back and look at the transcripts from yesterday, and I can pick this up after the break.
Good. I think that's what we should do.
You didn't provide the MTO 2007 Red Hill friction testing results to Ms. Crawford. Why didn't you provide those to her?
I don't know now.
Okay, in fairness, this is a median crossover collision on the link. But you also didn't provide the old link testing either. Had you forgotten about that at this point?
I thought I was providing what was being asked for. I believe the original one was they had referred to the testing we had done that was reported in the paper, and they were made aware of that, which was the Golder and Tradewind report. So I didn't.
You didn't turn your mind to the link testing? The original test?
I don't know what was that the original testing?
Yeah. By Jekyll?
Yeah, but I guess we resurfaced it in 2011. So.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, turning to a topic that you had that I think you'd started giving a bit of evidence on, at how you went about cleaning out your office in advance of May 25. So I asked you some questions about transition in respect of the Red Hill. Apart from that, did you prepare a list of projects for transition for your non-LRT files so that they could be distributed to others in engineering services?
I'm not sure what I did with those, whether I had reviewed them.
My question was, did you create a list of projects?
I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. You can close down the overview document as well. Did you have a meeting with Mr. McGuire to hand off work to him? Actually, let me rephrase that. Did you understand that Mr. McGuire was going to be taking on your roles and responsibilities after June 1?
I don't believe I was aware, no.
Okay. Did you do any transition memos or detailed emails that explain the status of your projects?
I don't believe I don't believe I did. I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. So you said earlier in respect of the hard copy documents that were on your bookshelf, at the very beginning of your evidence on Friday, you said that you thought most of the documents on the bookshelf in your office were duplicates, not originals. Do you recall, as you were cleaning out your office, if you found any original documents that related to the Red Hill on your bookshelf?
I don't believe there was any originals.
Okay, I asked because I anticipate that. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Sorry.
I'm trying. Usually there was a sticker, that said copy on it type of thing, and I don't recall, seeing anything that had original.
Okay.
Indication that it was the original.
Okay. I anticipate that Ms. Cameron, your then assistant, may provide evidence to the inquiry that you handed her a stack of documents. You said they were originals for the Red Hill, and you told her not to destroy them and to put them in a safe place. Do you recall that?
I know I had some of my files from correspondence with regard to the lawsuit and that type of thing, but I don't recall any other documents like reports or that type of thing. But
Drawings. She said it was a stack, like a big stack of documents, just loose, not in a box, not in, I mean, there may have been some bound documents in there, but they wasn't in some sort of container. Does that refresh your memory at all? I apologize. That's what I anticipate her evidence to be. Does that assist your memory at all?
It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Okay. In terms of the non-original documents, the ones that had the stickers with the copies, do you recall what you did with any Red Hill related documents? Before I ask you to answer, you said you went around and you handed things out, you put them in the bookshelf. Specifically for Red Hill, who did you go to, who did you give things to, and what did you give them?
Well, the Red Hill reports that I'm referring to are the ones that related to the approvals, the design and the construction. So they were at that time 11 years old. And they were interest documents. So it's likely I simply put them back on the reference library shelf.
Okay, do you have a specific recollection of doing that?
I recall taking documents back or reports back there and putting them on the shelf. I don't know which ones they were or whether they included other sets of copies of EAs.
Okay. And I already asked you this, but I just so that the record is clear, do you recall when you were cleaning your bookshelf, if you came across a hard copy of the bound Golder report, of which the Trade-in report is an appendix?
Specifically that report? No, I don't.
Okay. And if you had come across it, is there someone or some people within engineering services that you would have given that document to?
I would have likely offered it to asset management and or our geotech rep, Tyler.
Do you recall offering it to either anyone in asset management or to Mr. Renault?
No, I don't. Again, I had a stack of books in my arms and went around the office, so I don't recall who I offered what to.
Okay. Did you expect that you were going to have the same Hamilton.ca email after you moved into the LRT role as you had as director?
I don't know whether I had that expectation or not. I mean, we had to do a lot of administrative things when I got back. So,
okay. I guess my question is, did you have a different email? Was it?
I think I had the same. I had the same email, but not with the same permissions or attached to the same drives. As I had to get attached to the LRT drive and detached from the other drives that were within the office and that type of thing.
I see. Did you continue to have access to the same M drive before and after you changed positions?
As I understand, the M drive is each person's own drive attached to their computer. So it just doesn't reside on your computer. It's your personal drive that resides on the cloud or on the servers of information services.
Okay, so that's a helpful reminder about what the M drive is. Did you have access to the M drive with any content that you left there when you were director? Could you go back in when you started on your first day for LRT? Did you have access to the stuff that was in the M drive?
I didn't have anything in the M drive. I emptied everything out with regard to my previous position.
Okay. And in terms of your inbox, we talked last time about how you had a filing system for reference materials. Did that filing system be maintained between one or the other, or did you also expect that you would not have access, and so you dealt with the electronic documents in that folder system?
I purged that system. I had no need for anything after I left. Is the fact that I was coming back as a contract position in LRT. I mean, it was as if I was leaving entirely. So okay. Nothing that I would never have it back again.
Okay, so you came back with inbox 0 and nothing in your folder system.
Yeah, well, the inbox wasn't empty.
By the time you got back on June 1, it wasn't empty?
Because people kept, not knowing that I was gone. And so I had to forward things and tell people, no, I don't do that anymore. I'm not here. This is who you contact now. Or I would simply put Diana's name on them and forward them to her for, direction to whomever.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Not even a day of the satisfaction of inbox zero.
Yeah.
But when you left on your last day on May 25, you had nothing in your inbox in terms of emails?
I believe so, unless it was LRT related.
Sure,
We
of
have
course.
carried forward LRT related files,
Okay.
and been receiving LRT related emails at that time. So my inbox would have been populated with LRT related stuff, but nothing else.
Okay. Did you have access to the N drive after you moved to the LRT? To your knowledge?
I don't know. I couldn't say. I don't know that I actively sought it out, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. And you say you don't know if you actively sought it out. I think the inquiry will receive evidence. I anticipate that you actually did continue to have access to the N drive until February 2019. So you said, I don't know that I actively sought it out. Casting your mind back between May or June of 2018 and February of 2019, did you have any, did you make any attempts to access the N drive?
We were dealing with asset management as the LRT, and I was dealing with Chris McCafferty. So it's possible that I used the N drive to transfer files, large format files.
Okay.
At that time.
Okay.
It's something it would have been used for.
Okay. Did you have ongoing access to ProjectWise after you left your position as Director of Engineering and when you started with the LRT?
Again, I don't know.
Okay. Did LRT have its own folder in ProjectWise?
I don't know. I don't recall how we handled those files.
Okay. Did you have ongoing access to the Director's Office folder in ProjectWise after June 1, 2018?
I wouldn't expect so.
Did you try to access any documents from that folder?
There would be a record if I did, but I don't recall.
I'm asking for your memory. You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Did you delete any documents from the Director's Office folder after June 1, 2018?
I don't recall whether I went there, so no, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know why I would.
I'm just going to ask the questions and get the answers. Did you move any documents from that folder?
I don't know.
Did you instruct anyone to delete or move any documents from the Director's Office folder?
I don't know. I don't know why I would.
Okay. Your M drive was archived. I anticipate the inquiry will hear evidence about that. I'm trying to finish my sentence. Your M drive was archived on May 24th, 2018. I anticipate the inquiry will receive evidence about that. Did you take steps to archive your M drive on that day?
Given that it was empty and that it only had LRT, I don't believe so. I don't recall. It wasn't something I did routinely.
Okay.
I didn't have success in previous attempts to try and
Sure.
move stuff to a PST file and be able to recall it. So,
But this is a pretty big transition. Did you ask anyone to help you with it as you were in your last day or two as director to archive your M drive?
I believed it was cleaned out of anything Public Works related.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD 9, page 58? Registrar, can you pull out 135, please? It's not sufficient context. Registrar, can you close that out and can you pull out 134 and 135 together? Thank you. So project-wise, or pardon me, the city has provided a copy of Dr. Yuzurowski's December 17, 2015 email to you, in which he provides you with a copy of the Tradewin report. So this is the second time he provides you with a copy of the Tradewin report. And this time it's just the Tradewin report. You'll recall lots of discussions about that period of time in this email, right?
Okay.
You remember this back and forth? This email is familiar to you from yesterday?
I believe so. Yes.
At paragraph 135, the project-wise information is that this email, which included the attachment, which was the Tradewin report, was saved within a project-wise folder, and the folder path was director's office. And then the next folder path was RHV background and audit 2018. And then the next folder path is Red Hill correspondence, former director. Next one is pavements. And then the next one is the document. So just casting your mind back, did you create a folder called RHVP background and audit 2018 in which you put information as you were purging?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know what
background in audit?
Did you create any of those folders in or about May of 2018 for the purpose of putting background information into ProjectWise?
No, mine tended to be very rudimentary or simple, correspondence, design, construction, legal type of things. These seems to be quite a tree.
Yeah, I presume the tree is, folders that you click through, and each is a subfolder.
Yeah.
I can tell you absolutely that you saved this in the pavements folder. And so my questions really now are, did you create all of those other folders to put other documents in?
I
don't recall either way.
I don't recall either way, but it doesn't, I don't believe that that's something I would have done.
Okay. Do you remember making a folder that was to deal with a 2018 audit?
No, I don't know that I was aware of any 2018 audit, but.
Okay. Why did you save this document into ProjectWise?
Well, it's the Tradewin report, right?
Yeah, it is.
So it's applicable to to all the Red Hill information.
Okay. Did you tell anyone that you had saved this email with this attachment into ProjectWise after you did so?
I just put everything in there. There was a whole, I believe there was an extensive list of documents and emails and correspondence that I put in that file. So I don't believe I don't recall reviewing it with anyone.
Okay. Why did you save it here in this file path in the director's office folder instead of in a folder that related to the Red Hill resurfacing?
I don't know that I did.
Okay, well, I can tell you we have the audit trail that says that this is where it was saved.
Right.
And my question is, do you recall saving it in an RHVP folder within ProjectWise that was housing information about the Red Hill resurfacing project?
I
That your
don't.
evidence?
I don't recall what the trees were that were created within the director's folder.
Okay.
And where I might have put it, but
The director's office folder can only be accessed with people with permissions to that folder. And you told me on Friday morning that you thought you understood that at the time. Why did you save it documents in the director's office folder instead of in project specific folders within ProjectWise?
there weren't any project specific folders within ProjectWise that related to this. They were all capital. They were capital works. This is general information, background, correspondence, specialized designs or approvals or whatever they were that related to the Red Hill specifically.
So you chose to save it in a folder that very few people had access to instead of saving it as a subfolder within the Red Hill restructuring project because it was background?
It was background.
I was asking about the reason that you saved it here instead of in the resurfacing project folder.
The trade report had nothing to do with the resurfacing project.
Okay. So this audit trail shows the email that Dr. Userowski sent to you in December of 2015. Do you recall whether or not you saved a copy of the initial email that Dr. Userowski had sent you that just had the MTO chart and then the reference to the trade wind averages? I can take you back to that document if you want, but I think that you know the one I mean.
I know the one you mean. I assume I had a copy of it somewhere because I believe I sent it back to Ludimir at some point in time and I shared it with a number of other people. So I don't recall specifically where or how, but it's likely that I did have a copy of that email.
And if you had a copy, would you have saved it?
Yes.
Okay. You said I shared it with a number of other people. That is that email from Ludimir. So we have Tom Zenko, Brian Malone. Anybody else?
I believe that's the information I sent Brian Malone.
Yeah, Tom Zenko, Brian Malone.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I can't. Not off the top of my head. I can't recall. No.
Okay. If you had a copy of, pardon me, so not that the next in that chain. So you got the initial one with the chart that you sent to Tom, and then much later you sent to Brian. You have the the email where Ludimer sends you the large PDF with the Golder report and draft. Do you recall saving that email and attachment into ProjectWise?
Specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember saving that electronic copy of the Golder report into ProjectWise?
No, I don't.
You don't recall either way for those two?
Either way, if I had it, it got saved.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did you save all of the documents that we've just gone through? Did you save them all in the same folder?
I don't know. I couldn't say. I don't recall the tree or the type of or context of the correspondence. I know I had a quite extensive file. A lot of it was legal related to a number of challenges and things that I had saved that I thought were, important background. So how I divvied them up and saved them, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you recall actually going in and creating on your own folders that you were going to use within ProjectWise, or did you have to have someone assist you to create the folders?
I believe it was a little bit of both. I think initially I had to have help creating those folders. And I don't know whether I had permissions at some point in time, but I think eventually it got to that I could create some folders or subfolders.
I'm sorry, my question wasn't clear. I meant as you're going through the purging process in May of 2018, did you create folders specifically to be able to file things that you wanted to file into ProjectWise through that cleaning, that while you were cleaning up your inbox?
No, I have no idea. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall specific actions or, the tree or files I may have created or placed. I don't.
Okay. And do you recall if you needed any help from anybody in terms of saving the documents you wanted to save from your inbox into ProjectWise in May of 2018?
I don't specifically recall asking anyone for help.
Okay. And specifically, can you recall whether or not you asked Charlie Lasorella?
I don't recall. If I needed help, Charlie would have been one of the people that I approached, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go to page 15 of OD9, please? And if you can pull up 23 to 25. So this is on your very last day, May 25. Ms. O'Reilly from the Spectator emailed you and said she was looking for an update on the asphalt testing on the RHVP and what's happening with the plans to shave and pave. And you forward it to Ms. Graham and says, and you say, I'll let you run with this. And Ms. Graham responds to you, do you know who has the intel? And then it gets forwarded over to Mr. Audie. Do you remember providing Ms. Graham with any specific response to Ms. O'Reilly's request for looking for an asphalt testing update?
No, I don't. I think I understood. I mean, she was aware. I recall that she was aware, and she had asked me before about the PSV testing that was sent to Ireland, and its relationship to to do the shave and pave. So
You can't recall if you responded to her?
to
I mean, there's no email. You can't recall if you provided Ms. Graham with any specific response?
I may have walked around the corner and given her additional information, but I don't recall.
Okay. When you moved to the LRT project, is it correct that you continue to work in the same building on the same floor as your office?
That's correct.
The office where the director's office was situated?
Yeah, it was down the other end of the office.
Okay. And did you still field questions from staff and engineering services when they were looking for background information they thought you might have?
I was there. If someone stuck their head in the door and asked me a question I knew the answer to, then I don't know why I wouldn't have provided that assistance, but I don't recall any specific things.
Okay. And from June 1, 2018, you were not working on advancing any of the engineering services projects. Is that right?
No, that's correct.
In any discussions that you had with anyone in engineering services who poked their head in, did you tell any city employee that Golder had prepared a report for you in 2014?
I don't recall any question in that regard. So no, I don't believe so. Not that I
Okay.
recall.
And did you ever tell any city employee that there was a report authored by Tradewind in 2014 in ProjectWise?
No, but there was hundreds of stuff in ProjectWise. So I don't know why I would pick that to simply say, hey, oh, by the way, there's this.
Well, I don't know either. I'm asking, was there any context, any discussion that led you to tell any city employee after you were working on the LRT that there was a report authored by Tradewind from 2014 in ProjectWise?
I wasn't aware of any conversation that would have precipitated that type of information. Not that I recall.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see it as 11:34, and I suggest that we take our morning break.
Okay. So we'll return at 10 to 12.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed, or did you want to deal with Mr.
Yes,
Letterman?
so I wanted to deal with the question that Mr. Letterman raised. Mr. Letterman, is there anything that you wish to bring to my attention after reviewing your notes?
Well, I thought it was that Ms. Lawrence was going to go back over the testimony from yesterday to address that question. I think it may have been in the way in which the question was put to Mr. Moore, which implied that there had been no other discussion of his views about the Tradewind report when he spoke with, or when he sent that information to Shillington's in 2018. And
Right.
it may be a matter of the way the question was framed that had that implication.
Well, I think the implication was, as you suggest, that this matter of limitations to the Tradewind report was not discussed with Shillington's in August of 2017. That's certainly the way I understood your objection. I think that's what you're reiterating.
Yes.
I've had a chance to read my notes, which are fairly extensive. My notes are, first of all, that Mr. Moore does not remember anything of that conversation. But he was taken through notes of Ms. Crawford, which dealt with a certain number of specific matters. But those did not include any views of Mr. Moore on limitations of the Tradewind report. So the bottom line is that it does not appear that there was any discussion or any mention by Mr. Moore of any limitations with respect to the use of the Tradewind report in his conversation on August the 30th, I guess it is. August the 15th with Ms. Crawford. And so on that basis, I think the question can be put in the manner in which it was put.
Well, I think it's a matter, I think that's a fair summary of the discussion, but those notes that Mr. Moore was taken to of Ms. Crawford's provide additional information, including a reference to, I believe, a British standard or UK standard, which was obviously part of the discussion that Mr. Moore purportedly had with Ms. Crawford at that time.
Now you are into two things. One, I've rendered a ruling, and I don't propose to adjudicate an appeal. Secondly, I think what you're now suggesting is in the nature of inference. And if you wish to make that argument at some later stage when it's more appropriate, by all means.
No, I apologize, Mr. Commissioner. I'm certainly not seeking an appeal of your ruling. I wanted to clarify what I was asking Ms. Lawrence to do, which was to put those notes back in front of Mr. Moore.
Well, I think that the question can be put in the manner in which it was put. I'll leave it to Mr. Moore to respond.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I'm going to put up OD on page 12 for you. Registrar, if you could put that up. And at 15 and 16, that's what we were looking at. This is the May 2018 discussion. And Ms. Crawford asked for confirmation if this report was presented to council, and you reply, no, this report was never reported to council. And my question before the break was about providing information to her about your views of the deficiencies in the Tradewind report. So I'm going to ask my question slightly differently than I did before. In May of 2018, why didn't you provide specific information to Ms. Crawford about the deficiencies that you saw in respect of the use of the UK standard to the city's external legal team?
Other than the information that's presented in front of me here, I don't recall the discussion, but I believe I responded in a fashion to the question that was simply asked.
Okay, and I think I hear you saying that you answered the question that was asked, and certainly it appears from this email exchange that you did ask the question that was asked. But why didn't you go above and beyond that, given the evidence that you have provided to the inquiry that for years you had a problem, you had a concern about the deficiencies in the Tradewin report that Dr. Uzorowski was asked to review and never got back to you on? Why didn't you raise that why didn't you put that context to the city's external legal counsel?
This wasn't, as far as I knew at that time, the discussion had been held. This was a question, a follow-up question. Did you send this to council? It wasn't a discussion as I understand, but I don't recall any details of the discussion. Why would I provide it when I wasn't asked?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Moore. Just so I understand your response here. So you said it wasn't a discussion, as I understand. Pardon me. As far as I knew at the time, the discussion had been held. You're referencing what Mr. Ledman was just talking about. Is that there was some discussion in 2017?
Yesterday? Sorry.
The discussion in 2017. Are you suggesting now that you did provide Ms. Crawford with a view of your view of the deficiencies in the Tradewin report when you spoke to her in 2017? Is that your evidence now?
I don't know now what I knew then in my response to her in this regard.
Okay, let's take it out of timing. Why didn't you in 2017 or 2018 set out an email in which you said, I have some real concerns about this investigatory standard. If you're going to use this in an affidavit of documents or in any litigation, you should really understand that I don't think that this report is worth the paper it's written on. Why didn't you provide that information to external legal counsel?
I don't know that I didn't.
Okay, and do you agree with me that that would be a very helpful bit of context for external legal counsel to have?
I don't know. I'm not purporting to be legal counsel on what was useful to them or not. They usually ask me for what they needed.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Registrar, can you go to page 33 of OD9, please? And can you pull at 80 and 81? In July of 2018, Mr. McGuire sent you an invitation along with Ms. Graham and Ms. Cameron sent an email to you in response. Ms. Cameron, now your former assistant, now Mr. McGuire's assistant, saying Jasmine needs this meeting to be held, to take place tomorrow morning, and this seems to be the only time you're all available. Can you close out that call out and go to page 33 and 34, please? The next day, Mr. McGuire the next day, the Spectator publishes an article from Ms. O'Reilly that in which Mr. McGuire is quoted. Mr. McGuire was in fact interviewed on that day. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Graham in order for you to provide some context for Mr. McGuire in advance of this interview?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Five paragraphs up from the bottom on page 34, paragraph 82. Can you call that out? Registrar McGuire said. So Mr. McGuire is quoted as saying that those results came back inconclusive, but the city believes hot in place is possible. Registrar, if you can close that out. And this is those test results is in reference, I think, to the paragraph before, which references smaller samples taken in at last December, which would have been in December 2017. Did you provide Mr. McGuire with the information that is contained in this quote, and it's specifically that the results from December of 2017 had come back inconclusive?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall specifically one way or the other. I don't know why Gord would come to me for that type of information, but.
Well, he clearly came to you. He sent you this calendar appointment with Ms. Graham. So he was looking to you. So leaving aside why he came to you, in a meeting, did you provide information about the December 2017 results?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up page 66 of this document, please? I'm sorry, I don't think my reference is correct. Give me a moment. Sorry, 61, please. And if you can bring up 61 and 62 at the same time. In August of 2018, you're still working on the same floor in the same building as the engineering services group, right?
I'm sorry, on what date?
August of 2018?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At that time, did any of your former colleagues from engineering services tell you that after you moved to the LRT, audit services was looking into perpetual pavement as part of an audit on pavement?
I believe I was aware that audit was doing a review of pavements in general, but I don't recall any other specifics from that.
Okay. Did you come to learn over time that audit, in fact, was also encompassed friction testing issues?
I recall audit came in to see me, but I don't.
My question, I think you're right, that you did meet with folks from audit services in January of 2019. But more specifically at the time in 2018, did you, so not in the lead up to the disclosure of the trade written report, but months before that, did you come to learn that Audit Services was looking into friction testing as part of one of its audits around pavement?
I don't believe so. I don't, other than I knew they were doing something. I don't believe I was aware of any of their scope of work.
Do you recall who told you that they were doing an audit in respect of pavement?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall. I don't recall who told me.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up page 138 and 139, please? And if you can call it 332 on both those pages. These are email exchanges between Mr. Beck and Dr. Uzarowski in respect of setting up, excuse me, setting up a call in respect of some pavement specifications or pavement sample test reports, pardon me. And Mr. Beck says, Dr. Uzarowski at the top of the right-hand call out says, I'm planning to come to Hamilton at the end of the week to meet with you, Gary, and Tyler. If it can wait, I'll bring them reports with me. Let me know. And then Mr. Beck says, I hope you're feeling better. You've been ill. And he says, Gary and I are away the rest of the week. We're both at an MEA conference. So, and I'm presenting, he sits on the board. So just stopping there, were you a board member of the Municipal
Engineers Association?
Association of Ontario?
Yes.
And so that Gary there is referencing you?
Most likely.
Okay. At the top, it says, I'm planning to come to Hamilton at the end of this week to meet with you, Gary and Tyler. Do you recall any plans in place for Dr. Uzarowski to come and meet with you, with Mr. Beck and you and Mr. Renault? This is in November of 2018.
Yeah, I don't recall any meeting with Ludimir after I left Public Works.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 118 and 119, please. And if you could call out 294. So this is a series of text messages with between you and Mr. McGuire. You and Mr. McGuire didn't have a texting relationship, did you?
No, I barely texted anyone.
Okay.
It might have been the first text I ever received, but
okay. So in July 19th, 2018, there's some back and forth. This is right after Mr. McGuire has that interview with the spec, the one where you had the meeting with him in advance. I'm not going to ask you questions about that. Then it says November 11, 2018. And he says, Gary, have you seen the FOI request on friction testing? It's due next week. And you say, nope. And he says, Diana sent it to you. I just resent it asking for friction testing 5 years back. And you say, I've been up since Wednesday afternoons. For some reason, I'm not getting an email on my phone. Anything I had, I have to Rick or Tyler, and I put everything in the files. I have nothing. And then he responds, there is a 2014 draft by Golder with an appendix from Tradewind Scientific that is in ProjectWise. Rick and Tyler haven't seen those. The FOI asked for these kit of records. Are you in tomorrow? We should review this. So just so that I'm clear about the people who are identified, Tyler is Tyler Renault.
I assume so. I don't have any other information.
And Rick, is that Mr. Andoga or someone else?
It's likely. I don't know any other Rick in the office.
Okay, thank you. And excuse me, had you given a copy of any friction testing results or reports to Mr. Andoga or Mr. Tyler?
I don't know.
Okay. This is November of 2018. I anticipate that Mr. McKinnon's evidence will be that you and he had a quick discussion in October in your office about the Tradewind report. Do you remember that? Just a very short 10-minute discussion with Mr. McKinnon in your office about this in October?
No, I can't say that I do.
Okay. Well, I'm going to suggest that in November 11th, a quick meeting with Mr. McKinnon that happened 4 or 6 weeks before probably would be much fresher in your mind than it is today. You agree with that?
Oh, probably, yes.
And so recognize I'm making an assumption that you would have remembered this meeting with Mr. McKinnon. Why don't you mention the Tradewind report when Mr. McGuire first references it in the FOI about friction testing?
Where, I don't know where I would reference it.
He says, have you seen the FOI asking for friction testing 5 years back? And you say, anything I had, I gave to Rick or Tyler, or put everything in the file. I have nothing. So why didn't you say, oh yeah, you can go look in ProjectWise, or yes, happy to chat with you. There was a bunch of friction testing, or yeah, you should look for Golder's report. Why weren't you offering information to your former colleague? When you had a discussion a month before with Mr. McKinnon about this, about the Tradewind report.
Yeah, I don't know that I don't recall that discussion with Mr. McKinnon at all. And I don't know what it was about or why my mind was 100% LRT at that point in time. And
thank you. Did you meet with Mr. McGuire on November 12th? He says at the end, are you in tomorrow? We should review this. And for your assistance, we don't have any meeting minutes or notes or calendar appointments to suggest that you did.
it's possible that I did, but I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire on November 27, 2018? So a few weeks after this text exchange?
I do remember a meeting with Dan and Gord. I couldn't, if that's the date, then I don't know when it was.
Okay. Was this the only meeting that you had with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire together in respect of the Red Hill?
To my recollection, yes. I don't believe there was
Okay.
any
And
other meeting.
Mr. McKinnon is now in the general manager role. And just stopping here, just because I want to make sure your evidence for the last few days is clear. Had you before this point ever given Mr. McKinnon a copy of the Tradewind report?
I don't believe so, no.
Had he ever asked you for results of friction testing, Mr. McKinnon?
I couldn't say. I don't know. Not that I can recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. Can you go to page 47? Pardon me, 147. These are at 352 Mr. McKinnon's typewritten notes of handwritten notes that he took during the meeting. Registrar, can you call those out? So this clearly is not a verbatim transcript of the back and forth of this meeting. And these are not your notes. There's a reference at the top to 2013, 2014, Golders and Tradwind. And then you say, ultimately, Gary felt it was inconclusive, but recommend we should do more testing. 2017, the CTAA in Halifax came home and programmed the resurfacing. So just stopping there, what information, if any, did you give Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire about the period of time between receipt of the Tradwind report in 2014 and going to the CTAA conference in 2017, if any?
I don't know whether I was responding to asked questions or whether it was left open. I don't know.
I understand that wasn't my question. What information did you provide them, regardless of how it was solicited?
I don't know.
You can't remember?
No, I don't. I remember meeting with them, and it was on the Red Hill, but I don't recall the specifics of the conversation.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out, and if you can go to page 294. And if you can also bring up 295, please. Thank you. So at the very bottom of 294 at 726, Mr. Zagaric sent a calendar invitation to you and to Mr. McGuire and to Mr. McKinnon with a subject line RHVP discussion. Meeting was scheduled for January 31, 2019. And you responded accepting the invite and wrote, sure, but what's the subject of the discussion? And Ms. Maladi responded, Gary, the meeting invite is RHVP discussion. Do you remember attending a meeting with Mr. Zagaric and others on January 31, 2019?
I remember meeting with Mr. Zagaric and others about that time period, but I couldn't be sure on the 29th whether it was that day or not. But.
Okay. And between the meeting that you had with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire in November and this meeting, did you have any meetings with anyone else at a senior staff level about the Red Hill in the fall of 2018?
I don't know whether that was the time period that I met with audit or not. But that's the only other meeting that I had with anybody in Public Works that I recall.
That was in 2019, and I was trying to distinguish that senior staff level to exclude them, but thank you for clarifying. So you had 3 meetings with city employees about the Red Hill in 2018 and 2019. The first with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire, the second with Mr. Zagaric, and I can say it was with Ms. Fontana and Mr. McKinnon. And then the third was that with Charles Brown and Dominic Pellegrini?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you only have one meeting with audit services or more than one meeting?
No, I'm pretty sure it was only one meeting. I remember those kind of guys.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 26114, please? Pardon me, I misspoke. HAM 62114. And if you can bring up the next image too. Thank you. So in advance of this meeting, the other attendees worked to put together a list of questions that they were going to ask you. And I just wanted to allow you a moment to review them before just to refresh your memory about the discussion.
Okay.
So we saw, or sorry, you can take that down. Thank you. So we saw in the email back and forth with the calendar invitation that you asked, what's the purpose of this meeting? Were you given any other information about what the purpose of the meeting was besides the subject line?
No.
Knowing that it was an RHVP discussion, what, if anything, did you do to prepare for this meeting?
Nothing. I had no information. All of the information was back at public, or at, in the files of Public Works. I had no idea what they were looking for. I had asked twice and given no information, so I assumed that they were good with going with what I knew off the top of my head.
Okay. I took you to those questions to attempt to refresh your memory, but just more for format. Do you recall that it was a meeting in which the other attendees asked you a number of detailed questions to get information from you?
My sense is that Mike asked all the questions and the other
Okay.
attendees just sat there taking notes.
Did it feel like it was it was an interview and an information gathering process more than a discussion, or more than,
More like an inquisition, yeah.
okay, so it felt like an inquisition. But it was a fact gathering discussion from your perspective? May have not been comfortable, but did it feel like they were trying to obtain information from you rather than
City
relay?
manager, the general manager, and somebody from HR sitting there asking you questions with no one prepared, with not being able to prepare, was not comfortable, and trying to answer them to the best of my ability off the top of my head was what I did.
I understand. My question really was, were you on information transmission mode and they were on information receive mode, or was it more of a dialogue?
I was answering questions that the city manager was putting to me.
Okay. Do you recall, Mr. McKinnon also, I think you said both of them took notes, Ms. Fontana and Mr. McKinnon, is that right?
I believe they were the other attendees, yes.
Okay, and both of them were taking notes to your recollection?
That's my sense of what was happening.
Okay. And Ms. Fontana is in HR. Did you know that coming into the meeting that's the department in which she works?
Yes, I dealt with Laura on my retirement and the setup and my agreement and all of that. So I dealt with her over a number of years. So I was quite well aware of who she was.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 61795, please? Apologies, that is definitely not the reference that I wanted to bring up. Let me grab it. Registrar, in the meantime, you can put this down. Let's try HAM 35869. And if you can pull up two images at the same time, please. Image one and image two. Thank you, Registrar. So the inquirer understands that Ms. Fontana took notes and that these are a transcription of her notes. Did any of the attendees provide you with an opportunity to review notes that were made during this meeting?
No.
On image one, Registrar, if you can call out the bottom half of the page. Maybe a little bit higher than that. Yeah, that's perfect. So I've just called out the bottom half of the page, which which occurs after you've gone through a little bit of preliminary matters. And there's a reference at the top of this call out to 2007. They were good numbers, no concerns. It was anecdotal stuff. It's slippery, not the same test done as for MTO. Do you recall what you meant by not the same test as done for MTO?
No, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be the correct reference, but
Okay, so in January of 2019, what did you understand the differences, if any, to be between the MTO test done in 2007 and the 2013 trade wind test?
only that they were two different ways of measuring the friction on the road.
Okay. So you say there is no standard test for asphalt friction, and then it is recorded that you Gary relied on the consultants for test results. Do you agree that you made a comment that you relied on the consultant for test results?
I can't dispute it either way. I don't recall what I said specifically.
Okay, and was it your view at the time in January of 2019 that you relied on consultants for test results?
I don't know whether that's the right wording. I don't know that I didn't say that then under those conditions, and whether it's correct or not, I can't speculate.
Okay, well, just moving away from what you said at this meeting, was it your view in January of 2019 that you relied on consultants for test results?
Results of tests, possibly. That's I can agree with that. I don't think it's entirely comprehensive.
Okay, and so if we're talking about the Red Hill and the testing, the trade wind testing report, do you agree that you relied on trade wind to provide accurate friction values from their testing the numbers?
I didn't rely on Tradewind for anything. They weren't my consultant. Golder was my consultant. As far as I was concerned, the test results in the indications of the numbers were correct. It was the analysis and the comparison that I had the problem with.
I understand. We'll get to that. So just on the numbers, you understood those numbers to be accurately obtained, right?
I understood them to be apples for apples.
No, that wasn't my question. The measuring, you understood that the measuring of those numbers using the device that Tradewind used, you expected that that device would accurately measure the friction in the way that the device was supposed to measure friction.
I had no information to the contrary.
And you relied on that assumption that there was nothing wrong with the numbers. Is that fair to say?
I relied on Golder to provide me with an accurate way.
Please answer my question. You relied on the numbers. You relied on the fact that there was nothing wrong with those numbers. Is that fair to say?
No.
The numbers themselves.
I relied on the consultant to achieve the test results.
Okay.
The analysis of those results is not the same.
Okay. I understand. We're not talking about the analysis, just talking about the numbers. When you looked at the big chart at the end of the Tradewind report, you understood that you assumed that those numbers were accurate measurements of the friction, right?
I'd hope they were, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to HAM 61795? This time I didn't need to bring this one up. And Registrar, can you go to image 7, please? Oh, pardon me, image 8. Image 10, please. Well, now this is getting ridiculous. Apologies, Commissioner. Page 13, please. Thank you. I'm not sure how I got that so wrong. Mr. Moore, we looked at this earlier in your evidence, and you'll recall the recommendation that Tradewind included. Registrar, can you pull up the middle paragraph, please? We recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. The inquiries heard your evidence over the last several days that you had concerns about the application of the UK standard and that and your evidence that you sent Golder back to go do more investigation in respect of that standard, and that you were waiting to hear back from Dr. Uzarowski, and that while you were waiting to hear back, you didn't accept the results of the Tradewind report as valid. Have I accurately captured I'm just trying to do a summary, your evidence on this point?
in general, I would, it's their assessment. It was their assessment of the numbers they achieved and the recommendation on that basis that I had the problem with.
Okay. So I think that we came to the place that you didn't have any concerns about the accuracy of the numbers. You just assumed that they were accurately measured. And as I understand it, you had some concerns about the applicability of the UK standard to a Canadian road. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
But you certainly didn't have any concern about the math of, if they came up with a particular friction number, they accurately correlated it to the UK investigatory standard, right? They came up with 35, and 35 was below or well below the UK standard. Like, you didn't have any problems with that aspect of the analysis. There was no errors like that, right?
I had no reason to believe there was errors in that regard.
Okay.
Reading it in, I had to read it in the context that Golder provided it, that it was an apples to apples comparison from what we had previously had, was the implication to me in their report. So I didn't have at that time any other concern.
Okay. So I don't think I've asked today, during the course of the period of time that we've been talking about today, which is from November 2017 to really all the way up to 2019, did you ever receive information from Dr. Uzarowski that provided you with clarity or more information about the UK investigatory standard?
I don't believe I received anything from Ludomir after I left Public Works.
Okay, what about before you left Public Works?
Oh,
Late
no,
2017?
no,
early
I don't
2019?
I don't believe I ever received clarification on the UK standards applicability.
Okay, and when you say clarification, either written clarification or oral clarification?
Otherwise.
Okay, so Mr. Moore, you have this consultant, sub-consultant, I'll call them Tradewin, who does friction testing as their job. And you have Dr. Uzarowski, who has assessed Tradewin's report and made recommendations to you. Don't you think that having two consultants expressing the same recommendation that possible remedial action be considered, wouldn't it be prudent to accept those recommendations and be conservative instead of waiting to hear back from Dr. Uzarowski for 5 years?
I would have thought that had there been any urgency in that would have been brought to my attention, or been part of the recommendation. Nowhere was I aware that friction was a problem. Other than the numbers, that were being shown here. I'd asked him, and if he'd have been concerned, I assumed that he would have provided that information in a more hasty manner. But I assumed that it wasn't correct and that we couldn't find anything. And I'm not going to take action on something that's nebulous and unsupportable, especially when it would have meant the expenditure of large numbers of capital dollars.
So you say you assumed it wasn't correct, but you have Tradewind who is saying this doesn't meet a standard that we Tradewind think apply. And doesn't that count? Doesn't that actually have a fair bit of weight when you have a company who does this kind of work saying, this is the standard we think is applicable, and this road is below or well below that standard? Why would you not take that and instead make an assumption that it wasn't correct?
I asked a simple question in response. How does this apply? And how does it apply to these roads? And is it a standard that can be explained? I got nothing. If there's no explanation of that, and there's no consultant that's going to come back and say, yes, Mr. Moore, it's something here, but it's used here, and this is how it is. And all of these roads over there are designed with the same standard. They're the same speed. They're the same width. They all have nothing. I received nothing in that regard. Nothing to help me understand how or if they would have been applicable.
Okay, I think we hear your evidence that you say you received nothing, which is in contrast. I think I've put you as in contrast with Dr. Urzarowski's evidence. As a matter of fairness, just want to give you, just make sure that you understand that there is contradictory evidence on that point. You understand that, right?
Whatever, it doesn't,
Okay.
My evidence is my evidence.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go back to OD9? Page 294. So just to reorient you back to what we were talking about, because we went astray for a moment. We're coming back to Ms. Fontana's notes. So this is the notes from the 31st. I'm just putting this up just to orient to time. And then Registrar, can you bring up HAM 35869? And these are the notes that we were looking at just a moment ago. And can you pull up image 1 and image 2, please, of 869? Mr. Moore, did I give you a chance to review these before I started asking questions because I am going to sort of dig into them, and I just want to make sure you've had a chance to review them.
No, I don't believe he did have a chance to go through them before you were asking questions.
No, I believe I didn't, and apologies for that. I do want to give you the opportunity, so Mr. Moore, just let me know when you're ready.
I'm not memorizing them, am I?
That's fair. You don't have to memorize them.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping that it may, just like the questions that I had you skim. I'm just hoping this might help to bring to the surface the memory of that you have of this meeting.
Ms. Lawrence, is there a third page, or does it end there?
I'm sorry, there is a third page. Yeah, I think you only have the technical ability to put up two at once, but Registrar, can you bring up 2 and 3?
Okay, I've seen them.
Okay. At the very top of image 2, it says 2013 report said further investigation, premium aggregate versus rubber building up on road. Just stopping here, I think I raised this with you yesterday that Dr. Muzarowski had said that you mentioned something about rubber on the road. And I'm going to take you to another email from Mr. White that suggests that you said something about rubber within the asphalt. Can you shed any light on if you had any concerns about there being either rubber on the road or rubber within the asphalt that, or anything that is like that? Because it does seem to come up more than once.
I know there's a condition on most roads that there's rubber placed on the surface. And during initial rainfalls, that rubber is freed from the road and can cause quote unquote slippery conditions. So I don't know whether I didn't think that I might have asked that question. You know, is that what's happening out here? But I don't recall anything that we were specific that we were going to look at or could look at. I don't.
Okay, I think I might have misheard you or not understood. You said there's a condition on most roads that where there's rubber placed on road, and then after initial rainfall, the rubber is freed from the road?
Yeah, when the cars drive down the road, the rubber off your tire goes onto the road, as well as oils and everything else.
It's not an application that's placed on.
It's not an application of rubber, no.
Okay, and it's not rubber within the asphalt?
And no.
Okay, I guess part of the mix?
No, not part of the mix. There was never any rubber in the mix.
I didn't think so. And that's not what you were concerned about?
No.
Never concerned about that. You were concerned about the existence of rubber material on the road because of drivers driving on the road. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that. I know I asked that question.
Okay, and I think that can certainly be an issue with airport runways where high velocity that there'll be pieces of rubber on a runway.
See it.
Is that the kind of thing that you're concerned about, but on a
no, I don't. I may have been trying to address, why it felt slippery or when it felt slippery or if it was, indeed.
Okay. On image 2, 8 lines down, it says DM question, is that between 2014 and 2017? Registrar, can you call that out? Actually, sorry, can you call that out and the next line as well? Thank you. Recognizing these are not your notes and these are not verbatim transcriptions. A DM, I believe, is Mr. McKinnon here. Question is that between 2014 and 2017, nothing was done, no testing done. And you say other things done, such as bigger signs, cat's eyes. I don't know if that's et cetera or TEC.
Probably et cetera.
Probably. TEC doesn't mean anything to you?
No.
Okay. So you can close that down. So just so that the inquiry has your evidence, is your evidence that that you had no obligation to initiate the recommendations in the Golder report because traffic engineering and operations were doing things like bigger signs and cat's eyes?
Sorry, can I just understand that question? You said is your evidence. Are you asking, it's not clear to me from that question as to whether the question is being posed to Mr. Moore as to whether he expressed that at this meeting.
No, I don't care if he expressed it at the meeting. I'm asking about his evidence now.
As to what he understood his obligation to be? Is that the question?
Yes. So my question, Mr. Moore, was, is it your evidence that you had no obligation to initiate the recommendations in the Golder report because traffic engineering and operations were doing things like bigger signs and installing cat's eyes?
I'm troubled by the obligation portion of it.
About professional responsibility.
I just hope you're not suggesting there was a legal, are you suggesting there was a legal obligation or?
No, I'm suggesting your responsibility as director of engineering.
So as my responsibility of director of engineering, I had asked for this work to be done. As trying to be a knowledgeable client, I was not convinced that what they were recommending to be done, which was basically further testing and then possible remediation, be considered following that a possible additional testing, had any relationship to any of the safety issues out there, as friction had never been identified as anything that needed to be addressed.
Sir, I'm going to stop you. You're not answering. My question was on an entirely different point. I don't mean to interrupt you, and you can certainly come back to this, but I really would like you to listen. I'm almost at the end of my examination.
Right.
And I'd really like you to listen to my question, if you would. My question was, and I can rephrase it because maybe you didn't understand it. Traffic engineering and operations were doing things like putting bigger signs and installing cat's eyes. Is it your evidence that as a result, you didn't have a responsibility to implement Golder's recommendations because traffic engineering and operations was doing the other countermeasures recommended by SEMA?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Mr. Moore, we were talking a little earlier, and I think that you said that you met with audit services with Mr. Brown and Mr. Pellegrini. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to you that was February 4, 2019. And you might not remember the day, but do you remember it was actually very close in time to when council released a copy of the Tradewind report?
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to orient you to, maybe you do remember that it was February 4th, 2019.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Okay. And so to the extent that you don't remember that, do you remember it was only within days later that council released a copy of the Tradewind report? Is that, do those two things, are they connected in time for you?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Was the meeting that you had with Mr. Brown and Mr. Pellegrini about friction testing and friction testing results on the Parkway?
No, I don't recall what the nature of their questions were.
Okay. Do you recall anything about the tone of that meeting?
I seem to remember them coming to see me and sitting in my office and asking a bunch of questions. I don't specifically recall a tone, other
Okay.
than they were looking audit, traditionally has a certain flair for asking you the questions.
Sorry, I think I missed that last part. Did you say Mr. Brown has a flair for
Well,
asking
audit in general.
audit in general? All right. Um, uh, uh, Given that flair for asking questions, do you recall feeling confronted or sort of back on your heels at that meeting?
It's not, I don't recall that for that meeting in particular. Not that I can recall. I don't remember them coming to see me, sitting in my office, asking questions, but I don't, it's not, it doesn't seem like it was confrontational or something, anything like that, to my recollection.
Was it uncomfortable, like the meeting with Mr. Zagarek and Mr. McKinnon?
Given that I don't have a recollection of that nature, I would say no. I don't believe so. It's not
Okay.
like meeting with the city manager and your boss.
Okay. Was it inquisitorial?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Is that what you meant by audit has a certain flair in asking questions, that they do engage in inquisitorial interviews?
They tend to go all over the place in those questions because they're not necessarily subject matter experts and they're looking to find out everything they can.
Okay. And do you recall that part of this meeting was that they were trying to find out more information about pavement conditions and how it related to friction testing?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Commissioner, I have one more series of questions, which depending on answers, I think will run about 10 to 15 minutes. But I think it would also be useful for me to take some time to review my notes and make sure there's nothing else I'd like to raise with Mr. Moore before I come to the end of my examination. I would propose, it's now 12:59, that we take the lunch break, and I'll use the first 15 minutes after lunch to finish up my examination. And then we can turn it over to any other participants council who have examinations of their own. You're muted.
Thank you. Well, on that basis, unless council think that we should be shortening the lunch, I'm inclined to say let's take the normal lunch of an hour and 15 minutes. We'll return at 2:15.
Thank you. And can we go into a breakout room, Registrar, all council? Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, an anonymous letter was sent to the city auditor and to others in council in 2019. Registrar, can you bring up our HV 890, please? Can you pull out both images? Mr. Moore, have you seen this letter before today?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. There's a third page, just for completeness, just to make sure that this is something that you've seen before. Can you bring up the third image in place of the second image? Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, you have seen this letter before.
Yes, I have.
For the record, are you the author of this letter?
No, I am not.
Do you know who wrote it?
No, I do not.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to just image 1, please? There are a number of assertions in this report about you and your conduct or your intentions. As a matter of fairness, I'd like to put them to you and you so that you can provide a response if you wish. Registrar, can you pull out the second paragraph, Public Works staff? Pardon, the second paragraph. Thank you. Let's give you a chance to read that, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
Did you purposely withhold taking any further action regarding a consultant's report? Here, I'll just stop being either the Golder report or the Tradewind report. After you received the Golder report and the Tradewind report in 2014?
I did, pending clarification of the report.
Okay. Did you decide not to do anything further after receiving the Golder report and the Tradewind report because it didn't give you the answer that you wanted?
It didn't give me an answer.
Is there any other comments that you'd like to provide to the inquiry in respect of the assertions in this paragraph?
Other than they're untrue.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this call out and call out the second bullet point? Just give you a moment to read that. Let me know when you have.
Okay, yep, I'm done.
Did you implement minimum engineering / construction requirements in respect of the design or construction of the Red Hill in order to save costs?
No, I did not. In fact, we went beyond the minimum or even any reasonable. I mean, with the implementation of the super pave specifications, the additional on-site inspection and insurance to try and make sure that what we were spending the money on, we were being delivered. The lighting that we put in there as decision point lighting, typically MTO would put 3 lights, we put 4. All those things exceeded the minimum design standards.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 2, please? And can you call out the paragraph before the italicized text and then the italicized text, please? These are comments that are, I interpret this anonymous letter attributing to you, and let's assume that it is. First, do you use profanity in the workplace?
I have used it occasionally, yes, in 30 years.
Have you, over the course of the last 30 years, used language such as that set out in the italicized text?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand that question. Has he used that language? These seem to be quotations. And
They
so,
do seem to be quotations, and I think that they're attributed to Mr. Moore, and I'm asking Mr. Moore if he ever said words to the effect of the quotes that I believe are attributed to him.
well, that's a different question. If the
That's the
question
question
is,
I intended to ask.
I'm sorry?
That's the question I intended to ask.
I know, but the difficulty I'm having is words to the effect of, or language similar to. If that's the question that you're asking, I'm not sure I understand that question for this witness to answer. And what is meant by that?
Commissioner, my concern is, as we've seen over the last 3.5 days, if I'm trying to give Mr. Moore the opportunity to not simply reflect that he has used this particular language or not, but rather trying to ask a broader question about whether he's used this language or language that is very similar to this language in tone and substance, because I think it will result in a more fulsome answer.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's unclear as a question.
No, it's not a matter of clarity. It's a matter of fairness, and it's a matter of relevance. And so if the question that is being put to him is, has he made these statements that are put in quotes? I think that's a question that the witness can answer. But a question that is stated in a way that says words to the effect of, or words that are similar to, that doesn't allow the witness to properly answer the question. Or I don't see how it assists the work of this inquiry.
Okay, I think the question should be framed in terms of whether any of these statements, whether he accepts that he made any of these statements. Go from there.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you accept or acknowledge that you made any of the statements that the anonymous letter attributes to you set out in the italicized text?
The only thing that I would recognize is when I want your opinion, I'll tell you what it was. I know that in a joking manner, I may have said that in a reference to a movie where that came out of. But the other ones, in substance or in language are not something that I would have said.
Okay. I'm going to pull out a couple of them. The sixth one down, you can't design to prevent stupid. Have you ever made comments to colleagues that reflect that you can do all you can with design, but the way people use the design may result in injury or harm?
More likely in the latter fashion. I don't believe in the language that is here.
Yes, I was asking for a perhaps less inflammatory phrasing, the one that I just put to you. You can design a good road, but you can't actually stop people from misusing it. Do you ever make comments like that?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner. Is this question tied to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, or are we speaking generally? And if we're speaking generally, again, I've got a question.
Right. I accept the point. I think the question is made with reference to the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
It was, and apologies for not being
And
clear.
I think it should be clarified that it is.
Mr. Moore, in respect of comments that you made in relation to the Red Hill, have you made comments to the effect of you can design a good road, but you can't actually stop people from misusing it?
I can't ever remember saying that. It doesn't mean it's not possible, but I don't think I regarded the roadway design in that fashion.
Okay, and the very last italicized text sentence that is here, there's nothing wrong with the design. Just stopping there, the rest of it. Did you convey that to colleagues in respect of the Red Hill?
I believe we seen somewhere in some email that I referred to the lighting design, that there wasn't anything wrong with the lighting design. It was designed for partial illumination. So it's possible I said something in that regard for that portion of that, but not in the context of the rest of it.
Okay. So you deny that that you said statements like, I'm not going to change it, that being the design of the Parkway?
I didn't have the ability to make that decision whether or not to change it.
I understand that. You've made that point before. I was asking about whether you made statements like that.
Well, he's already answered that. I must say, Mr. Commissioner, I've got.
I'm not sure in what, I think this is a very important point, Mr. Letterman, and I don't think he's answered it. His answer was he doesn't have the ability to change it. But that's different from the question which was put, which was simply, would he ever have made a statement like that in respect of?
But he previously said that he didn't make these statements that were attributable to him, other than perhaps the reference to when I want your opinion, I'll tell you what it is.
Right. Well, I think this is important enough that it's worth drawing his attention to this particular question and to put the question to him with respect to that sort of phrasing.
Thank you. My question was, do you deny that you made statements like, I'm not going to change it, being the design of the Parkway?
I don't ever recall making a statement like that, no.
Do you agree that you have a direct communication style?
Yes,
Do you agree that you express your opinions forcefully if you hold them forcefully?
as it applies, I would have expressed my opinion, yes.
Not just expressing your opinion, but expressing it in a forceful manner. Do you agree that you do that?
You'd have to ask someone else that. I don't consider it to be a forceful manner.
Okay, that's not your self-perception?
No.
Are you quick to anger?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Okay, I accept. I don't think we have to go here in this lens,
That particular question, Commissioner?
that particular question. And I would say questions that fall in the same vein.
Okay. You can certainly cut me off as I go through
Mhm.
the next series of questions. Mr. Moore, at least two of your colleagues have suggested that they viewed you to blow off steam and to sort of react, and they had proceeded as you blowing off steam. Do you agree that that is a part of the way that you communicate?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm sorry. I've expressed my concerns about Commission Council's effort to elicit character evidence, and this falls right into that category.
Mr. Commissioner, blowing off steam was made by Mr. Lupton and Mr. Mader in the context of two communications that were about the Red Hill. This is not character evidence. This is evidence that went specifically to it. And if I can take Mr. Moore
Yeah,
to
I
those
think
documents, but
right.
I just don't think this is character evidence, Commissioner.
Right. I agree, but I do think you have to mention or take him to the specific circumstances in which those comments were made and invite him to respond.
Okay, perhaps I can do it just with, rather than going to the documents, because I think that they were fairly memorable. Mr. Moore, do you recall when I took you to the back and forth that you had with Mr. Lupton, where you said, where he said, "I bring a horse to water," you say, I would shoot the horse?
I remember that evidence, yes.
And Mr. Lupton said, I think he might have just been blowing off steam. Would you agree that that back and forth was an example of you blowing off steam?
I don't know whether I perceived it as that. If that's what Jeff did, I can't comment on that.
Okay. The other example is when you said, what part of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 did the committee not get in respect of lighting? Do you remember when I took you to that?
I do.
Mr. Mader took the view, he was just blowing off steam. Did you perceive writing that email to be a cathartic way to blow off steam?
Seeing it now, yeah, I might have had some level of frustration with those issues, and at that time.
Have any of your colleagues ever suggested to you that your communication style may not facilitate collaboration?
No, I don't recall anyone ever it was always my effort to try and clarify issues so So the collaboration was more possible.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. You can take this document down. Mr. Moore, I know that some of the events that I've asked you about were a long time ago. In looking through my notes of the last few days, it strikes me that there was one area where I really feel like there needs to be some clarification in terms of what your evidence is. And so I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I hope you can assist me in the most concise way. The area is who exactly you provided information to about friction test results amongst your colleagues. And I asked you a number of times on a number of occasions. There's one email that I don't believe I've taken you to yet. Registrar, can you bring up OD9, page 247? And can you call it 597, please? So this is in response to an email from Edward Soldo, who took over Ms. Matthews-Malone's position. And he is asking Mr. White if Mr. White had ever seen a copy of, or had ever seen the Tradewin report. And Mr. White responds, I can confirm that I have never seen the report. I did ask for it several times. I can also state that Gary did admit it was done at one point, but he discounted the results and minimized the value of the tests. At a meeting with Mader, Dan, which I believe is Dan McKinnon, Dave, Mr. Ferguson, and myself, I recollect him saying something about it being an English test or standard or something similar, and then he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mader. He had also stated that the asphalt was filled with rubber from tires. I never saw the test results or reports from anybody. So I just wanted to provide you with that before, and I'm going to leave this up before I ask you my questions. So if we can talk about friction test results and just say results is not, it's not the report, it's not the numbers, just what were the results of that? And the answer would be a thumbs up, a thumbs down, all good, not good. That kind of high level of analysis or high level of quality. Did Mr. Ferguson ask you for the results of friction tests at any point before you retired?
I believe we seen minutes from one meeting that seemed to indicate that he had asked me, and I had told him we had the result, we had a report done, but I was waiting for clarification. That's the only time I ever remember anyone asking me specifically for the report, other than the legal group.
Okay, so I was asking specifically about Dave Ferguson, which may be confusing because this is an email from Martin White.
Mhm.
So you said, I believe we've seen the minutes from one meeting. Do you mean that meeting with SEMA where you said where it said results satisfactory? That one that we went to?
There was one meeting there that indicated
Where
that I was waiting for clarification.
Okay. Do you agree with Mr. White's comment here that he did ask for it? And again, we're just talking about results, thumbs up, thumbs down kind of results. I did ask for that he asked for results several times. Does that accord with your recollection? Mr. White.
No, I don't recall Martin asking for it several times, no.
Okay. Do you recall him asking for a copy of the trade run, the friction test report? One or more times?
No, I don't, not other than outside of that meeting that we had previously reviewed.
Okay, and I'm very sorry. I know I've taken you to many, many dockets. I'm just not quite sure what you mean by there was minutes of meeting where you said you were waiting on. Can you give me just a bit more context?
I believe there was one meeting that we reviewed, and I'm not sure whether it was with SEMA, where the minutes seemed to indicate, or the notes seemed to indicate, that I had confirmed the report had been done, but I couldn't share it until I was waiting, because I was waiting for clarification on the analysis. I believe that was, to paraphrase what was in there. And other than that, I don't know any other time I was asked for it.
Okay. I think it's in an email where you said some roughness skid testing. I'm trying to get context, including whether there's highways we can apply it to. That one, that email?
That could have been the one, yes.
Okay. All right. And apart from that email exchange that you had, you don't recall anybody asking you for thumbs up, thumbs down friction test results?
No, I don't.
Do you recall this meeting that Mr. White references here, a meeting with Mr. Mader, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. White and you, where you said something about an English test or standard or something similar, and then you declined to share the results with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Mader? Do you recall that?
No, and that makes no sense whatsoever. When the general manager and the deputy general manager ask you for a report, you give them the report.
And so I think just following from that, your evidence is that Mr. McKinnon never asked you for either thumbs up or thumbs down results.
I don't remember any thumbs up or thumbs down results. They either asked me for the report or they didn't. And I don't believe they did, because I would have given it to them.
Well, you can see that if they're in the dark about what you've done exactly, they might not even know there's a report, which is why I'm trying to be a bit more broad when we're talking about results.
Right.
You know, someone who's a layperson might say, what are the friction test results? And they might not have any idea what the appropriate answer to that is, what it would look like, what results would look like. So if someone who doesn't know anything about friction comes to you and wants results, they may just want a thumbs up and thumbs down, very much like Ludemer gave to you about the MTO 2007. That's what I'm getting at. And I think I have your evidence that nobody asked for that, except for the circumstances that you've already mentioned.
Not that I recall. I don't recall anyone ever asking for it.
Okay. What about it in engineering services? Just because I was focusing on people in traffic. To your recollection, no one asked. Again, just a broad definition of.
I don't recall anyone ever asking for it.
Okay. And did you ever tell anyone at the city that the results of the friction tests were satisfactory or adequate or sufficient? Words to that effect, apart from the PwC meeting in 2015.
Without a specific reference, I don't recall anything of that nature.
You don't recall doing that?
I thought that's the indication I gave to committee.
Yeah. Apart from that, when we went to that video.
Yep.
Excluding that, was there any other circumstance where you told someone that the results were satisfactory, adequate, sufficient, appropriate, anything in that
The
that was
information that I provided to Mr. Malone that we looked at as well, those are the only times that come to mind that I would have shared that information in that regard.
Okay. And we just saw today that you provided a copy of the trade wind report itself to Ms. Crawford. Do you recall providing a copy of the trade wind report, the actual trade wind report, to anybody else within the city?
I can't confirm or deny any. I just don't recall. No.
Okay. And the last clarification, did anyone at any time advise you of a safety issue on the Red Hill relating to friction levels or pavement condition?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Those are my questions, and I appreciate your time and attention over the last several days.
Okay.
Commissioner, I did have an opportunity to speak with the Participants Council during the break, and I understand that Ms. Roberts has 1.5 hours. Ms. Roberts, have I got that? I've got that correct. That's your estimate.
That's my estimate.
Fair enough. And that all participants agreed that she should begin today, and we have an order of operation for tomorrow as well.
Okay. So go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moore, we have met. I'm Council for Golder.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
I will try and keep this as short as we can. I am going to jump around. So if it's not clear what I'm referring to, please just let me know and we can go to documents and ground it, okay?
Okay.
You gave testimony yesterday that that the design speed of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was 100 kilometers in some place and 110 in others. I want to go. That's right.
That's what I said. Yes.
Okay. I want to go to the overview document 3.1. Can we please go to image 9? So this is a compilation of the evidence from this is a compilation, sorry, go to 7, please, of the evidence from the design documents, the preliminary design reports. Here we go. Sorry, one back, 6. Forgive me, not an auspicious start. Let's see if I can get this right. Okay, so on page 6, paragraph 12, says the November 2003 PDR provided that the RHVP would have a design speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Do you see that?
I see that. Yep.
Assisted by our registrar calling it up. Thank you. Okay, and it looks when you read this as though you identified from the beginning that the speed and the alignment is very much top of mind. If you read that quotation, it says the design speed for the north-south section is 100 kilometers per hour. Speed has been set based on the topography and spacing of the interchanges. The posted speed is 90. While a reduction of the posted speed would likely raise traffic operational concerns, strict enforcement of the speed limit for trucks is recommended for safety reasons in view of the curvilinear alignment and the current practice of many truck drivers to exceed the posted speed limits. And it suggests radar enforcement. I'm not sure that observation should be confined to trucks, but there we have it. That's what they say. So I take it, sir, that this is a document that that you will have read at, in going back to the design of the Red Hill, and I appreciate it. This was a long time ago. But does this ring bells for concerns that were raised at the time?
No, I don't believe there's, it raised any alarm bells, no.
Sorry, maybe let me rephrase that. That this, first of all, I take it there's no argument that the design speed is in fact 100 kilometers per hour on the Red Hill.
Well, typically you refer to the design speed for the lowest design speed. There could be sections where the design speed's 180 kilometers an hour because it's dead straight, as in the link. But so when you're summarizing a report of this fashion, you would refer to the design speed of the lowest. So the 100 kilometers an hour would apply.
Thank you. And that, as is said here, and the posted speed at 90 reflects the fact that it is a curvilinear alignment and therefore a little more difficult to drive along than a straight line would be.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Yeah, do you agree or don't you agree? I'm saying the posted speed and the design speed reflect the geometry. That's correct, is it not?
Yeah, well, that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And can we please go to image 7? And in your evidence yesterday, I think you referred to well, we were looking at Seaman, I'll get to it, of a larger radius, but you'll agree with me if we look at paragraph 14, that we've got the geometry identified as having a maximum super elevation of 0.06, maximum grades of 4%, and a minimum radius of turns of 420 meters and a posted speed of 90. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. And was the minimum radius of 420, is that something that you remembered from the design? Because it ends up, I think, being important later on, or at least in our assessment of what's going on here. Were you aware of how tight that turn was?
No. I believe this is for the entire geometry from Pritchard Road to Brampton Street. That there is a minimum radius of 420 somewhere along that area.
Yep, that's right. That's right. And as we get towards, if you're going northbound, as you go towards King, you've got 4 turns in a row. Could we please go to image 11? Oh. Sorry, 13. There we are. Can you please call out the drawing at the top? This is a Phillips drawing, and I think I've taken it to you before. But when you look at that, you can see the curvilinear alignment that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
Okay, and you're exactly right. There is one turn, that's the 420, and you can see that, assuming you're going northbound, which is towards the right, towards King Street here, that's the first turn in that sequence of what ends up being 4 turns. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And in fact, and this is relevant, it's only the 4th turn there, past Queenston, where you've got a radius of the 525. You've got a 690 to a 525. Can we take that down now, please, Registrar? Were you aware that under the 1985 Ontario Design Guide that that a speed a design speed of no higher than 100 kilometers is recommended for a tightest turn is 420 meters. Is that something that you knew?
No, it's not.
Okay. I'd like to go to the SEMA 2015 report. That's Hamilton 702, please. First of all, image 9. Yeah, last sentence on that. If you can call that out, registrar, please. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, this is a description in the study area, and it talks about the Parkway. Controlled access is provided through interchanges with on and off ramps, and then it says the posted speed of the road is 90 kilometers per hour, and the design speed is assumed to be 110. In other words, SEMA at this point in 2015, having already delivered one report, is trying to deduce what the design speed is from the fact that the posted speed is 90. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, let's go. Can we please go forward to image 26? Thank you. And here, if we can call out, this is potential contributing factors. If you could please call out the paragraph beginning, another indication of high speeds. So here, another indication of high speeds may be involved, that is in causing collisions, is the fact that some curves within the study area, in particular the 4 curves in the vicinity of King Street and Queenston Road, appear to have curve radii of approximately 525 meters. And there's a footnote there, 11. Registrar, are you able to call up footnote 11 at the same time?
Sorry, I can't call up 2 things on the same document for some reason, so I can switch to the footnote and switch back to the paragraph.
Thank you. Okay, there we have footnote 11. Design information was not provided for these curves. Approximate measurements were taken from satellite imagery. In other words, and I haven't taken it to it, but SEMA's asked for the design records. And here, again, the second report, they're trying to estimate what the curves are because they don't have the data. And they've taken it from satellite imagery. Okay, you can go back up to the paragraph. Thank you, Registrar. And they get it wrong. So they said that the tight turn appears to have a radii of approximately 525 meters, which is the minimum under provincial standards for a design speed of 110 and a maximum super elevation of 6%. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. And I think they're right. But what they're missing here is, in fact, that the smallest turn is 420, which has a maximum design speed of 100 at the time. Okay, and sorry, Registrar, you can take that down. And Mr. Moore, you read the SEMA report. That's true? The 2015 SEMA report?
At some point in time, I believe I did.
Well, in fact, you annotated it.
Is this the one I made comments on? Okay.
It is.
I've seen so many reports.
Got it.
It's all a blur.
Okay. And so, and here's Hamilton's engaged in an investigation as to why there are disproportionate number of collisions on the Red Hill. And you've got a consultant here, SEMA, who's trying to provide an analysis by deducing what the design state is for the Red Hill. But sir, you in engineering services have the design reports. That's true, isn't it?
They were available. They were available online as well.
Well, let's just leave that for a second. You've got the drawings.
Yeah, the drawings were in the records, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to suggest to you that the preliminary design reports, whether they might have been published at some point, they weren't available in 2013, 2015. Otherwise, SEMA would have had them.
Oh, they were published before we finished building the roadway.
Right. So that goes back to 2007.
Right.
Right. What we have here. So let me just put this another way. When you read this and you see that SEMA has 2 points that are, I think, important to an analysis of collisions, that is design speed and the design state of the radius, and it's wrong, and you don't correct it, do you, sir?
Geometry of the roadway was not something that I was intimately familiar with. I wasn't involved in the development of it. So I don't know whether that would have come to me, but again, I wasn't directing this consultant.
Oh, I get that you weren't directing them. I'm not suggesting that, but you are reading a report from a consultant retained to investigate collisions, and there's information about the design state that you don't provide information for. Do you ever provide the preliminary design reports or the drawings to SEMA?
No, I mean, it would have been a simple question. Can we have the background for the freeway, the geometrics, and again, I'm not involved in this or the direction or where they're going or what they want. My review was a cursory review in regard to what was appropriate to me at the time.
In fact, it's not until 2018 that Sarath Vala was asked to find the design drawings, and he provides them to SEMA. So by that time, they've done a number of reports in which they're trying to deduce the design state. I want to go to a different point. In your evidence, you repeatedly identify speed as a factor in causing collisions on the Red Hill. And I'm not going to diminish that or as a crucial factor, because frankly, I think that's highly likely. But I want to note something. When the highway was designed in going back in the early 2000s, so it was designed pursuant to the Ontario 1985 design guide. And as I said earlier, the minimum radius, the design speed for a minimum radius turn of 420 meters was 100 kilometers per hour with a super elevation of 6 under that guidance. Did you know that in 2017 that TAC changes the guidance for design speed and turns?
Oh, I wasn't involved in.
Okay. So in 2017, a 420 meter radius turn is consistent with a recommended design speed of 90 kilometers per hour. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
Okay, but let's just think about the consequence of that. So that means that anyone going faster than 90 on the Red Hill is in fact going faster than modern highway guidance would recommend appropriate for the turn. So when we say people, or when it's the observation is that people are speeding, anything faster than 90 is in fact not only speeding, but in excess of what the modern guidance is for the speed given the geometry. Did you know that?
No.
I want to go to a different topic. You gave testimony, I think, on Monday, although I'm confess my days are probably going to scramble at this point, about the beginnings of the Golder report, which is the 5-year and then subsequently a 6-year condition evaluation. You were asked questions about flooding damage on the Red Hill, and you had a recollection that was the case, but couldn't identify when that happened. Do I have that right? Your evidence is correct on that?
Other than I know it was early on in the expressway's life.
Yeah, it's July 2009, and then again July 2010. Did you observe damage to the surface asphalt after the flooding?
No, I don't believe so. There was some shoulder damage that we've seen. I don't believe there was any damage to the pavement that was visible at that time.
Okay. So one of the things that I think happens at that point is that the sensors embedded to sense the different layers of the pavement are knocked out by the flooding. Does that fit with your recollection of the sequence of events? So there are two levels of sensors. There's sensors on the top that are monitoring traffic, and then there's another set of sensors underneath that are actually monitoring the pavement performance, the deflection, weight, heat of the different layers.
I was aware that there was one or two of the sensors at the at what I recall was the intermediate depths.
Okay.
That they had gone out, but that was after the initial. My understanding is that was after the initial 2-year period, and I don't know that I was aware that it was a result of flooding because it wasn't really in the flooded area, to my recollection.
Oh, okay, I thought they were throughout. All right. In any event, it's we see going forward into 2013 that to reconnect the sensors for the monitoring becomes an issue. So I want to go, please, to overview document 6, please, Registrar. You gave testimony on Monday about the origins of the 5-year condition review. Can we please go to image 7? Here we are. So paragraph 8 and paragraph 9, please. Can you call those out? Okay. So here we have notes, a transcription of notes from Dr. Zarowski's notebook. And we've got an entry saying on October 25, noting Hamilton RHVP, and then this phase 3 of the, I think that must be the PMTR. And then another entry dated November 21, 2012, saying Hamilton RHVP monitoring station start and 5 years later. Okay, you can take down that call out. I'm gonna, in your testimony, you suggested that the origins of the 5-year condition review was a proposal for or an abstract for a paper that was delivered in February 2013. I'm going to suggest to you that the origins actually go back to the late fall of 2012, in which you got discussions with Dr. Zarowski about the RHVP 5 years later. Do you have any recollection that would call that into question?
No, I can't dispute. I don't recall that at all.
Okay, thank you. I would like to please go, you can take that down, Registrar. So the trade wind report is produced in a number of documents, and rather than go to image 105 within the Golar reference, let's use the one that was called up today, Hamilton 61795. If we can have a look at that, please, Registrar. Hopefully I've got it right. There we go, thank you. Okay, you described it yesterday as a chart with lots of numbers, but I'm going to suggest to you, in fact, there's a lot of narrative. Can, Registrar, can you please go to image 2? So there's an introduction and then a survey description. Registrar, can you please call out that paragraph in Canada and US? Thank you. Let's make this easier. Okay, so in this introduction, there's a description of the work, and in this, Tradewind says off the bat, in Canada and the US, there are currently no directly applicable reference standards or guidelines with which to compare data by the CFME, that is a continuous friction measurement equipment for roads and highways, although they're well established for airport runways. And then he goes to refer to the UK Transportation Authority developed the reference investigatory guide. Now, Ms. Lawrence took you to that, and I'm not going to go over that evidence, but what I want to point out is that it is clear and in writing from the very beginning that there are not applicable published reference standards for the grip tester. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that? That's what it says.
I wasn't aware that there were any difference. I don't know. That was my information, that there were no standards.
Thank you. And again, you've given this testimony, Ms. Lawrence took you to it, that Tradewind's findings were that the friction levels on the Red Hill were well below the UK investigatory level. You've gone through that. I'm not going to take you back to it right now. Your evidence is that you read that in early 2014, and you had questions about the reliance of Tradewind on a UK investigatory standard. You've testified over the last couple of days to that. Do I have that framed correctly?
That's correct.
All right. And you said that you described the Tradewind analysis as confusing because of its reliance on the UK standard?
That's consistent with my understanding.
Okay. Okay, and you've said and testified that you were looking to Golar to provide an explanation of the reference standard and whether there were standards in Canada and the US.
I believe it was more appropriately that I was asking for clarification on why and how we can use the British standards, or why we should use them.
Okay. And Mr. Morley, we have a number of instances in the evidence in which it's clear that you're looking for a response for Golar, and that's reflected in the documents. I'm just going to go through some of them briefly. So, Registrar, you can take down this document, please. Can we please go to overview document 683? So there are a number of instances. I'm not going to capture them all, but I think I can get a flavor for this quite easily. So paragraph 216, January 7, 2014, Dr. Henderson emailed Mr. Taylor, he's Tradewind, and asked him for his anticipated timeline for providing the Hamilton test results. And Mr. Taylor responded. Dr. Henderson replied, and that she understood, but that the client was starting to bug me. I think that means you, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Can we please go forward to image 87, 230. And again, this is into January. January 24. Let's go to 2:30. Thank you. Dr. Uzrowski wrote to Mr. Taylor, good morning, Leonard. I received a message from my client this morning. He needs friction testing results this morning. He has a meeting with management to discuss the pavement issue. I would appreciate if I can receive the report this morning. It cannot be delayed anymore. Do you see that?
I see that.
I take it that there's no question that you followed up with Dr. Uzrowski and followed up requesting the test results?
I don't know that I did. I don't. Dr. Uzrowski said that I contacted in the morning. I don't have any evidence either way that I did or didn't. I don't have any recollection of a specific conversation with him.
Right. And if in following up on deliverables with a consultant, would that be you or would that be your assistant, Ms. Cameron? Or both?
It could be either. If I was tied up in a meeting or going to be busy otherwise and I was looking for something, I may have occasionally asked her to contact whoever it was in regard to what I had expectation, whether it was an invoice, correspondence, or report or whatever.
Okay, but you'll agree with me, if you wanted something, you'd follow up and look for it, wouldn't you?
If I was looking for it and it was overdue, it would be my practice to take an opportunity to find out where it was.
Okay, let's go down to the next paragraph, 231. Again, there's a further follow-up from Dr. Uzrowski, and he's chasing pretty hard. So you must have got that message across very strongly. My client needs a comparison of the friction numbers on the Red Hill from 2007, 2013. I need the numbers for 2013. And he needs my summer review before noon. So you conveyed that, you clearly conveyed a strong message that you really needed this data. Isn't that true?
Well, it appears that that's Ludomir's understanding of my need, yes.
Quite clearly conveyed, Mr. Moore. Okay, and then I'm going to jump forward to February 24, 2016. This is overview document 7, image 85. This is a totally different context. 268. There we go. February 24, 2016, Mr. Moore emailed Dr. Uzrowski in response to, this is an invoice for that is actually for the inertial profiler. But that's not the point of the question. The point, the observation I want to make here is you right. I have asked twice now, but I have not seen any proposal for this work. I approved it in principle for you to proceed. This time is time sensitive. Again, sir, I suggest to you that when you want that proposal, you're following up in writing and you already made calls. That's true?
When I'm being chased, yes.
Well, when you're chasing, you're pretty effective.
When someone's asked me for this, they're asking me, I'm asking him.
Let me just pause on that one. I don't see there's anything that you're being asked for. I see you asking for the proposal so that you can deal with the billing.
Well, I think in fairness to the witness to that question, he should be put the full chain of that email.
Sure,
exchange.
let's see if we can do that. 2016. Maybe let's go to the email. And that would be Golder 2996. See if that helps. So there's a bill from Miss Charter, and it's can't be reconciled with PO. So this is an accounting issue, and what you need is the proposal in order to issue a purchase order so that the billing can be allocated to the right project. And this is the sequence. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. So when you say that you're being chased, I don't see that context. I see just you're trying to tidy up the invoicing here, and you've called twice and then you send an email.
So Golder's sending me an invoice.
Yeah.
Asking me to pay an invoice.
Yeah.
On something I haven't seen a proposal for yet.
Right.
So how can you send me an invoice on something I haven't seen a proposal for? So if you want me to pay the invoice, send me the proposal.
And so you chase up to get it.
Right.
Got it. Okay, let's go to a different document. November 21, 2017. This is overview document 8. Let's go to image 16. I'm looking for the it's 16 and 17, paragraph 37. This is the back and forth. You went to this evidence yesterday. This is in reference to the proposal for what becomes the pavement evaluation project. And on November 21, you write, Dr. Zwarowski on the subject line, Red Hill testing for possible hot in place. You write, I was expecting to see a proposal and timeframes. This has to get done before snowfall and freeze up. So again, sir, I suggest to you that when you wanted a proposal, when you wanted something from Golder, you had no hesitation to call and to follow up in writing if necessary to get it. You'll agree with that?
When I had incentive initiative, in this case, I knew that there was a deadline in timing in order to have things done. Yes, I was following up to see where it was.
Okay, you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Okay, and we went this morning, and I won't go to it. I think I've got the flavor here. Is that there was evidence this morning about getting results on the polished stone value and BPM in 2017, and there's some more chasing around that one. Can we please go to overview document 7?
Mr. Commissioner, if we're moving into a new area, I was wondering whether we're going to have our usual break. We're 10 minutes past our usual time.
I'm so sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Letterman. Forgive me, Commissioner.
You're muted. You're muted, Mr. Commissioner. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just, in attempting to unmute, appeared to delete myself from the screen. I'm back. I concur. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 20 to 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. May I please begin?
Proceed, Ms.
Thank you.
Roberts.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moore, I want to go please to events of December 2015. So first there's a Public Works Committee meeting on December 7 in which you identified that subsequent testing had been conducted 5 years after. And you say that the road's holding up exceptionally well. But then on December 17, you send Dr. Uzrowski a version of an email that he'd sent you in January 24, 2013 with friction data. Can we please go to overview document 780, pages 81, 82? There we go. So on 255, you email him that summary of data that we've talked about. And then December 17, he sends you back the trade wind report. And he writes, if we can please call out 256, please. Here we are. So Dr. Uzrowski attaches the trade wind scientific report on friction testing, and then he seems to be responding to a question from you, and he says, I will look at some standards or anticipated values and call you. Do you see that?
I see that.
So this is the only reference in the records to a question about the trade wind report. And Dr. Uzrowski's evidence is that you asked two things. One, whether locked wheel could be correlated with grip tester numbers. And two, whether there were standards for grip tester. There is no record of a call or a meeting or a follow-up email between December 17, 2015 and your meeting with Dr. Uzrowski on February 7, 2014, in which he delivered and went over the Golder report and the trade wind report. There's nothing in there to suggest that you had any questions whatsoever about the trade wind report, sir. I'm going to suggest to you that if you did, you were not shy about having a follow-up call or an email, and that would be in the records. You shook your head.
I don't know. I don't know what the question is.
Okay. I'm suggesting, sir, that you're mistaken in your recollection. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that.
Okay. Now, Dr. Uzrowski's evidence is that he responds to the questions by March 4 of 2015, and I understand, and Ms. Lawrence took you to it this morning, that there's a contest in recollection as to whether that was answered or not. And Dr. Uzrowski's evidence is that it was, and you say, no, your questions and they weren't answered. My point is that after this, there's no further follow-up from you identifying a question or complaining about the trade wind report or saying that it's a source of confusion. Again, I'm going to suggest to you that if you had a question, there would be a record for it.
I don't know specifically what the question is there.
Well, it's the same question, sir. The question is whether you disagree with my assertion that there be a record.
I don't know whether there would be a record or not. Ludmire and I had several meetings on several issues. I don't know whether, you know, I asked him the fact that the report remained unfinalized, the fact that there's no way that I would have accepted the British standard, and the report was never modified to direct or identify that in any way, shape, or form. I beg to differ that my question remained unanswered.
I'll come back to, I'll leave this and go to a different topic now. I want to talk about the microsurfacing recommendation. Registrar, can you please take that down? First of all, let me just touch a piece of evidence that hasn't been raised, at least with you, and that is Dr. Uzrowski's evidence is that he obtained brochures from Miller Paving in December of 2013 about microsurfacing and provided them to you when he met on February 7, 2014. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
But you were familiar with microsurfacing as a pavement treatment?
I was.
Okay. Can we please go to Golder 7440? I'm going to take you to the pavement and material technology review phase 2. There we go. Can Registrar, can you please turn up image 49? There we go. So on this, there's identified a number of pavement preservation techniques that are, do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, let's go to the next page, 50. Oh, sorry, image, forgive me. I think it's the next page. Hold on. '51, sorry. There we go. Microsurfacing. So in the PMTR phase 2, you've got a description about the application of microsurfacing. A description here.
Right.
And if you see on the third paragraph, Dr. Zwarowski and Dr. Henderson identify it as being an appropriate treatment for roads carrying medium to high volume traffic. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. Can you take that down, please, Registrar? You can actually take down the whole document. And you went to, can you take down the document? Thank you. You've testified, I'm not going to belabor it, but microsurfacing was one of the recommendations made in the Golder report. Do you remember that?
In which report?
The Golder report. Let's go to it.
The 5-year review?
So yeah, it ends up being a 6-year condition evaluation.
As a recommendation to do?
Microsurfacing.
For what? To address what? I'm sorry.
Let's go to it. Let's go to Golder 2981. Image 10. There we go. So this is the 6-year review. We've been calling it the Golder report. The analysis and recommendations. And if we go to the next, sorry, that page. So can we please go to go to the next page, please? Page 10. Here we are. Okay. And you've been taken to these already, so I don't pretend to belabor this, but if you can see, please, can we call up the paragraphs beginning in order to remedy and the one below? Those two, thank you. There we go. In order to remedy the longitudinal top-down cracking, and there's the recommendation that the surface course be milled and paved, and that's for about a 2.5 kilometer section. Do you see that?
I see that, yep.
Okay. And on the remaining portion, the existing cracks in the surface course should be routed and sealed to prevent ingress of water and incompressible material in the pavement structure. Following routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied by carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing. The issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. Do you remember that?
I do now see it, yes.
Okay, thank you. You remember that recommendation?
I do now that I see it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And later in 2016, Miller Paving provides virtually the identical recommendation. Can we please go to overview document 7, image 122? .391. Can you please call paragraph 391? There we have it. Okay, now this goes to Mr. Andoga, and I'm not sure that, can you check 25065? Oh wait, yeah. So he's Cefali and is reporting to Mr. Andoga, saying that they drove the Lincoln Red Hill, took notes, and they found some bad paver joints. They may need to repair areas, crack seal, cold mix, hot mix before micro. And then the last paragraph is Brad feels that micro is a good option. However, we need to allow for some pre-construction repairs, potholes, crack sealing, base, etc., and perhaps some crack sealing the year after the micro in case some cracks return. Do you see that?
I see that.
Were you aware of Mr. Cefali's assessment of the Red Hill and the advice they provided as to the application or the appropriate applicability of micro?
I assume Mr. Cefali is an employee of MSO Construction, giving us his advice on what we should buy from him.
Yeah, it's Miller Paving. Yes, that's right. And my question was whether you were aware of that in 2016.
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. So, but here, so you've got advice from now you're a pavement expert, and you've got advice from a specialist contractor, both of whom have great deal of expertise in surface treatments, who are recommending microsurfacing as an appropriate treatment. And that advice is not taken, sir.
The question.
Sorry, I didn't hear a question there, and I don't believe it's a fair question in any event, given that the witness has just said that he was not aware of advice from Mr. Cefali.
Okay, thank you. You testified earlier that you didn't have good experience with microsurfacing. Did I hear you right?
That's correct.
Okay. And here, when Golder provides you the recommendation to microsurfacing, is it the case that you just didn't agree with it?
It, I don't know. I don't know what my response was, or if we have any information on what I responded or how I responded to Ludimir in that regard.
There isn't any response. So, but my question is more specific, I think, and not temporal. You've received advice on a number of occasions that microsurfacing is appropriate. You do in the Golder report, and in the pavement and materials technology review, there's discussion about it as an appropriate technique for high speed roads. And my question is, did you disagree that it would have been appropriate for the Red Hill?
I don't believe I rejected it out of hand. I believe that I was still looking for other information at the time on whether it was the appropriate way to deal with it.
Sorry. So leave the issue of friction. We're just dealing with we're just dealing with a pavement treatment as a remedial measure for a surface that has damage. You've got a recommendation. Did you disagree with it?
I believe the recommendation for the placement of the microsurfacing was it to place it. You can place it over top of those areas that you route and seal. I don't know that I found it necessary to do that. And in light of my previous history, I don't know that it was going to be cost effective or appropriate in dealing with the issues that had been identified. So I don't believe it at the time. It was, no, we're not doing that because I don't like it. I don't believe that's indicated anywhere in any correspondence.
No, there's silence. But let me just follow up on a point. So are you saying, sir, that to route and seal the Red Hill and perhaps to do the shave and pave where the worst areas of cracking and deformation are, would have been a sufficient remedial response?
It's one thing we could have done, yes, but I don't know whether we were prepared to do it at the time.
Okay, I want to go to, can we take this down, please, Registrar? Just want to pursue that a little bit. I think you can pull that down. Thank you. There we go. You'll agree with me that from your own observation and the findings in the Golder report that you knew that there was top-down cracking and surface deformation.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and you knew that it was important to protect the deeper layers of the asphalt of the perpetual pavement in order to get the benefit of the investment that Hamilton had put in to the premium design and construction.
That's correct.
And here's the issue. You've got recommendations for steps to implement remedial work to protect the top, to treat the surface, to protect those layers. Sorry, let me go in a different direction. So you've got the advice as to what to do to treat, and you're saying you didn't disagree with it, but you don't think, you said it was one thing that could have been done, but it wasn't done. It looks as though from the chronology that there's discussions about surface treatment, and then in 2017 that the city makes a decision to shave and pave. And I don't know, I quite follow the decision making. It's rather opaque in the documents. Were you a participant in the decision to resurface and not use a surface treatment?
The resurfacing needed or was recommended. The ability to undertake the work in terms of the funding for that work became available through other things that were happening in the city's budgeting process.
Okay.
And the decision to resurface came out of those discussions, and how to use that money effectively, efficiently, and with the speed it needed to be used.
So do I have that right, that once the funding became available, that it wasn't, or you didn't think that there was useful to do an interim measure? You might as well just do a shave and pave of the whole facility. Do I understand you? Okay.
That's correct.
I want to go forward to your exchange with Mr. Malone in August of 2015. And this is in the overview document, 7 pages. I think it's 39. Registrar, can you please go to that? See if I've got that right. No, can you go to the previous page, 38 and 39? Okay. Sorry, we've got to go to 37. Right. So you provide information to Mr. Malone. You basically forward a slightly revised version of the email that Dr. Uzorowski sent you on January 24, 2014, and a revised version. And then you have a discussion, an email exchange with Mr. Malone here. And again, I'm not going to, you've gone through this evidence, and I'm not going to go through it in detail. So you provide a summary to Mr. Malone, and you say that, and so now we need to go forward to 39. This is your response in red. This is where you say the testing was done by MTO in both times. And so I would say it was comparable. And you gave evidence that that was an error, and you don't know why that happened. I'm going to suggest to you that here you've got, in August of 2015, you have access to another expert. So you said that you've found the treatment data confusing, and you didn't accept the finding because you didn't accept the UK standard. And you've said the numbers made no sense. But here, you've got access to another consultant with expertise in safety. And if you are unsatisfied about the explanation that Dr. Wazorowski had provided, you could have given it to Mr. Malone, couldn't you have?
I don't know that I knew that Mr. Malone was an expert in friction or in this regard. I don't. He
Did
was
you
asking
know?
me all of these numbers, so I don't know that he had very much more knowledge on the subject than I did.
Right. So in 2019, did you know that Hamilton, in fact, asked Mr. Malone to review and interpret the trade wind report? Did you know that?
I believe I
Okay.
was aware of that.
So you've got a consultant who's at SEMA with abundant expertise. Here was your moment to get an explanation. If you didn't like what Dr. Wazorowski was giving you, you had a moment here to go to a different consulting firm and get the explanation that you were looking for, didn't you?
I don't believe it would be my practice to ask a consultant that wasn't working for me, that was asking me on questions with regard to the subject.
Wait a second here. Not working for you. Mr. Malone is working for the city of Hamilton.
The city's a big city. He's not working for me. I didn't set his terms of reference, and I don't know what he was asked to do.
Right. So wouldn't this have been the opportunity to give him the trade wind report to perform his own analysis so that he could carry out his engagement with the city of Hamilton?
If he'd asked me for the report, we would have discussed it.
Okay. Can you take that down, please? So by at least February 7 of 2014, you have an expert opinion from Tradewind, a friction expert, that nearly all areas of the Red Hill have friction values below or well below the standard they consider helpful, which is the UK investigatory level. And Tradewind has recommended further investigation. And you have the opinion of a pavement expert that friction on the Red Hill is relatively low, and a recommendation to take remedial steps, both to improve pavement condition and also to address the relatively low friction. You've said that you were waiting on further information, and you've made that evidence clear. My point is different. You've got two opinions about the state of the surface, and you don't take steps to action either of them. You decide that you're not satisfied, and you don't do anything. Let's look at this differently. I want to go to the SEMA report. That's a safety analysis. You'll agree with me, we've gone to it, that you've read it, and that finding is of a disproportionate number of wet weather collisions. Do you remember that?
I remember something like that, yes.
Okay. Don't you know when you read the SEMA report that whatever the number for surface friction, whether it's low, relatively low, or just meh, that you are not seeing frictional performance that you would want to be seeing on this road. Don't you know that?
No.
Really? Okay. But you know, okay, so there are lots of factors that go into frictional performance. Do we agree on that?
There are lots of factors that go into frictional performance.
Maybe let me rephrase. If there's evidence that the frictional performance of a highway is not what we would want, in other words, that there are collisions, just as SEMA's observed, that could be attributed to a whole litany of factors. And you in your own correspondence identify speed as a relevant factor. Do you remember that?
maybe I'm sort of misunderstanding of, there are a number of factors that would go into explaining the occurrence of accidents. Condition of the car, condition of the environmental conditions, the speed that was the driver. So there are a number of things. I wouldn't attribute those to frictional properties or thereof. They are conditions that go contributing to the accident or the
Okay.
whatever you're measuring.
I see how you're thinking about it. Okay, so I framed this rather differently. I framed it as frictional performance. So the experience of whether you've got road holding can be affected by the speed at which you're traveling the road, driver distraction, any of those other things. So I'm not sure we actually disagree, but I am framing it in terms of frictional performance.
Yeah, I just don't know whether that's correct or not.
Okay, that's fine. But you will agree with me that surface friction may be a contributing factor, and I'll use your language, to collisions.
It could be.
Okay. So if you weren't content with the trade wind report, why didn't you just ask for another one?
And I don't know what I would have got. I simply asked a question. You've done the testing. You've told me there's no standard here in North America that we can rely on. We're going to give you a comparison to a British standard and then give me no explanation whatsoever on how it might be applied, whether their roads are the same as our roads or anything else.
But you could have gone back to MTO or John Emery or Stantec or ARA, any number of the plethora of consultants that you and City of Hamilton used, and ask for a different analysis, a different report. Why didn't you do that?
I already paid Golder for that information and to undertake that work. I expected them to fulfill their obligation and give me what I needed.
And if they couldn't give you an answer,
Then
why
they
wouldn't
shouldn't have done the work.
Okay. If they couldn't provide you with an answer, and according to your evidence that they haven't at this point, why didn't you go somewhere else?
I guess I could have done a lot of things, but I don't know what, at this point.
Okay.
Hindsight's
I'm gonna go-
2020.
Sorry, just trying to figure out where I am in my notes. I want to go to a different topic. March 4, 2016, there's a discussion about this is a delivery of the inertial profiler and locating the bumps and dips, just a frame of reference in the chronology of events here.
Yep.
And there's the discussion and recommendation about the microsurfacing and the skid abrader. Do you remember that exchange in March of 2016? There's an email exchange. Sorry, let's go to it.
You could take me to there, it'd be better.
No problem. Let's go to overview document 7, 117 to 118. Okay, here's the exchange beginning at paragraph 376 and going forward to 378. Is it possible, Registrar, to call this out? Thank you. There we go. And you've gone through this, and again, I'm not going to take you through it in detail. There is, as you noted, a misunderstanding about whether Dr. Uzorowski was providing you with an opportunity for further friction testing, or as he is his response is about what methods are available to improve friction, at least in the short term. And I just want to go to something. So you say in the last email in the chain at 378, you say, I thought you were talking about more testing. And you say, I've never heard of this technology or what it does. Besides, it doesn't address the cracking and need to address the surface distresses and deformations. So I don't think we are interested. Thanks. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so this, at least it appears that you're sort of two ships passing the mic in the night on some of this, because you seem to be inquiring about friction testing, and Dr. Zarowski is giving you methods to improve friction. And one of the things he says, though, in his email of March 15, is he responds to your question about friction testing. He said, I know a local company in Cambridge who brought the NAC machine to measure skid resistance at airports. If you are interested, I can get them to run it on the Red Hill Valley and determine the worst locations. And then it can be done with a small machine. That is, when it's done with a small machine, I think he means a skid abrader. Would you like me to check the cost? Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And so if your interest was friction, Dr. Rosowski is proposing a supplemental friction testing, and there's no response to this, sir. It looks as though you don't respond at all.
From the correspondence here, it appears that I responded to the 300,000 as ridiculous amount for road testing.
Right, that's where it starts.
That's where it starts. And then Dr. Yuzowski comes back about doing something different for a lesser amount. And then I respond back, oh, I thought we were talking about testing. So and it's pretty clear what my response is in that 378 is that I didn't know we were talking about remedial measures. I thought maybe we were talking about testing, although I do not, for the life of me, recall planning more testing. But it appears that at some point in 16, I was looking for that or had anticipated that, possibly to identify, more remediation. But the fact that we needed to do the humps and sumps and the cracking, I don't know at that time what value it was going to present. So that's clear in my response.
Okay, so at this point in 2016, you're focused on the remediation of the Red Hill and the correction to the humps and bumps and the cracking. Is that the focus?
From the correspondence here, I believe that's correct.
I want to go to a different topic, please. Registrar, can you take that down? So I want to go to the topic of the Golder pavement evaluation. Registrar, you can take that whole thing down. I'm going to go to OD8 next. Thank you. Okay. You'll recall that on the Golder pavement evaluation, and we've gone to it a number of times. So again, I'm going to try and just to ask a couple of questions on the points that I'm interested in. And that's the work that entailed 3 tests: the sand patch, which is macro texture, polished stone value, and the British pendulum method test. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You were asked this morning whether you expected a written report, and you replied that you likely needed one. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you explained that if you had to go to council and about adopting a new technology, you would likely have needed backup. Said that? Remember?
I believe that's what I said, yes.
Thanks. It's only this morning, but it might seem an age.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you're right that the polystone value testing was rolled into the feasibility study. You were asked whether you recalled.
Sorry, Council, I don't mean to interrupt you. It looks like we just lost the commissioner.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, sorry, no, he's just not on screen right now.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, you're just on mute.
Okay.
All right.
We seem to have lost you at this end. Just want to make sure that everyone else is back, including Ms. Lawrence.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I have you. I don't have Ms. Lawrence.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me just for a moment.
Oh.
I'm going to stand by in the hopes that Ms. Lawrence will reconnect. There we are.
We were very briefly offline, but we're all back now. Apologies for interruption.
Do we have a registrar?
Yes, I'm still here, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. We should go back live. Is that correct? Take it we went off.
I'm sorry, we're still on the record, so
Okay.
we can continue.
And let's proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay. So Ms. Lawrence asked you this morning whether you recall asking for a report on the pavement evaluation and work, and you said you didn't know whether you did or not. Do you remember that?
I do.
Thank you. There was a conversation of what to do with the pavement evaluation results and whether Hamilton wanted a report. Dr. Zarowski has a note of a conversation with Mr. Beck. Registrar, can you please go to overview document 8, image 79, 218? So I think at this time, March, Mr. Beck is transitioning to take over project management of the pavement resurfacing. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And Dr. Zarowski has notes of the conversation, and that is paragraph 218. Registrar, can you please call that out? Hamilton, Mike Beck, test results, leave them. Then it goes on to HIR and CIREAM. Dr. Zarowski's evidence is that he had a conversation with Mike Beck about what to do, and Mr. Beck said, don't bother retesting, and they didn't need a report. Do you have any evidence to dispute that those instructions were provided by Mr. Beck?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. In December 2018, there was a meeting between Dr. Zarowski and Mr. McGuire. And you said this morning that you didn't meet with Dr. Zarowski after you left Public Works. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Dr. Zarowski's evidence was that during the meeting with Mr. McGuire, he had the sense that there was somebody, and he could hear there was somebody listening in through the intercom. Did you listen to Dr. Uzorowski's conversation with Mr. Beck on December 18, 2018?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I don't, like I said before, I don't recall having any contact with Ludimir after I left Public Works.
It's not a contact, it's not a meeting between you. It's a question of whether you sat in and listened on a meeting between Mr. McGuire and Dr. Uzorowski. Do you have a recollection of that?
No.
Registrar, you can take that document down that's on the screen. Okay. And there's a number of places in the evidence where you describe the friction testing results as inconclusive. First of all, can we go to overview document 7, 188? This is the first one I can see. This is in the context of Ms. O'Reilly's article, Highway Traffic Tragedies, July 15, 2017.
Mhm.
Let's see, can we please call out that summary? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that quotation. There we go. And again, I recognize that this is a newspaper an article, but you're quoted here as saying, and the sentence is no official report, Moore said, only an informal chart, and I'll come back to this point. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive. That's what you're quoted as saying.
Yeah, that's.
And that language inconclusive gets consistently repeated on a number of occasions going forward. First of all, in this, it's obviously not true that there's sorry, let me just say this. In your evidence, you seem to suggest that official report meant a staff report. Did I understand you correctly?
I don't know what she meant by official report.
Right, but it's obviously
there's no final report, or whether I was referring to a staff report. I don't know what she was referring to at the time.
Okay, but it's obviously not true that there's no report on friction testing because you've got the Tradewind report. That's true.
I have an incomplete report. Yes.
Well, wait a second. The Tradewind report is a final report, sir. You've gone through that.
To whom?
It's to Golder.
Okay.
So is your evidence is that because it's not directed to you specifically, that means it's somehow not a final report?
I didn't have an opportunity to finalize that report, and the questions in its regard weren't addressed. I don't consider it a final report until all of my questions are addressed. If you give me a final report that doesn't mean anything to me, I shouldn't be paying for it.
Okay, and I don't want to go back over the evidence that there is no evidence of that follow-up. We've got your evidence, we're going to leave it. When you use the word inconclusive to apply to friction testing, that's your assessment, isn't it? In your mind, in your view, the friction testing is inconclusive.
The comparison of what was achieved in the field to some unknown standard and the results or recommendations thereof without full address of my questions, yes, that's inconclusive.
Thank you. And you'll agree with me that that's not a finding of either the friction expert or the pavement expert here, is it?
Well, I'm not in the habit of blindly accepting recommendations without clarification of my understanding.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see that it's 4:30. I have one line of like one topic to address, if I might have indulgence to proceed. And I apologize, Mr. Moore, if I might holding your patience for a little longer.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moore is good, then I think we should proceed.
Thank you. There's another theme in the evidence that you didn't think that data about friction should be circulated. And you reference on a number of occasions MTO's treatment about their friction testing, that they don't publish it. And I think your language at one point is they keep it very close to the vest. Can we please go to OD7, image 45? Thank you. 134, 135, there we go. So this is in the context of the draft staff report on the SEMA report recommending friction. Do you remember? I think you went through this evidence on either Monday.
I believe I've seen this before, yes.
Yeah. In item 2, can you please call that up, Registrar? What is friction going to tell you? If you don't have anything to compare it to, there's no provincial database or guideline. The MTO won't discuss it with you because it opens up an entire line of liability on every road. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then again, let's go to OD7 52, October 29, 2017. Paragraph 159. You write, we don't call that out, thank you. It's straining to see. And this is in your commentary on the 2015 SEMA report. You write, there's no basis, nothing to compare to, and no agency in Ontario, including the MTO, doing this. It means nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion, sorry. Do you remember that note?
I remember seeing that note, yes.
Or do you remember writing it?
I don't specifically know.
Okay, let's go to Hamilton 690 at image 41. There's that little note. That's the one we want. Can you call that out, Registrar?
Sorry, I'm gonna have to pull up the native. I realize so.
Oh, I apologize. I should have identified that. There we go. See the note on the side? It says G. Moore, October 29.
Yeah, I don't dispute that those are my notes. I just don't specifically recall.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Registrar, I'm going to make you dizzy here. You can take that down and go to OD 7112. February 25, 2016, 356. Okay, this is in response to Mr. Ferguson's email to the, I'm not going to get this right, the Lakewood, who are they? The Lakewood Committee.
I know who you're referring to.
You do?
Yes.
Thank you. They have requested that the SEMA recommendation for friction testing be moved to a short-term countermeasure. That's the context for this. And you write, to Mr. Ferguson, copying Mr. Lupton, FYI. Some roughness, skid resistance, friction testing has been done. I'm still waiting for the analysis to put into context. And you write, MTO is very guarded of this information and does not share numbers due to liability and concerns. It will form part of a legal action. We should be similarly wary. In other words, I read that as saying that the MTOs, what you understand to be MTO's policy of being close to the chest with their friction data is something that you're recommending for the city of Hamilton. Am I following your statement here correctly?
I would say yes.
Thank you. Was it, you can take that down, Registrar, thank you. Was it your view that as a risk management strategy that it was unwise to publish friction numbers?
In the absence of anything else other than my understanding of how the MTO treated that information, but that's what this similar, that we should adopt a similar fashion.
Okay, and I take it the concern is that the numbers might be misunderstood, and the relevance of friction, just as we discussed earlier, in an overall assessment of cause might create sort of a distorted risk of liability. Am I following the reasoning?
That sounds reasonable to me, but other than MTO wouldn't talk about those numbers, I'm sure there's several very good reasons for some of which you've just outlined that they don't discuss them with anyone. So that was the best information I had.
Right. And is that a risk management strategy that was something that was discussed internally within the city?
I don't believe there was an opportunity to discuss it.
Okay.
I don't believe there was anything from risk at that initial discussion about the ought to have stuff, other than, it would be in risks or legal's files for future reference.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about how you deal with this data and wondering whether what you perceive as the appropriate risk management strategy is something that was internally discussed or not.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And later in this chronology, Dr. Uzorowski's evidence is that he raised the utility of techniques such as skid-abrading and shot blasting with Mr. Beck and Mr. Odie, and was told that the city couldn't take steps to address friction because it might be taken as an admission that friction was inadequate. And is that part of the same strategy? Is that something that you'd agree with?
I mean, I wasn't involved in that discussion. It doesn't sound like something we've ever done. I mean, if we needed to address potholes, we addressed potholes, whether there were claims from those potholes or not. If we had the ability to rebuild a road, we rebuilt the road, regardless of what claims or actions might have come from that. So I don't know where that came from.
And you don't recall discussing it with Mr. Beck or Mr. Odie?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Moore, thank you for your patience. I've kept you a little bit longer.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. There's nothing further, and I take it there's no need for council to meet in a separate breakout room. We will stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.